hello. Well, what do we have here? See, I got my live chats. Looks like the stream is up and running. All of this is looking good. Oh, I think we are ready to go. How are you guys? How you guys doing? How's it going? You guys ready for episode 20? What is the name? Oh, right, this is still Trial of the Take. But it's the other group, the other side of things. Now, oh, you already heard some of it. We live, boys. What's up, SSH? Undead King. What up, guys? We're going to get to see the other side of this. We're going to get to see if Matthew M. Dog Mercer just straight up lifted it and just did kind of two of the same type of thing, or if he actually made them quite different. You know, maybe tried to build to the character's skill sets. We will see. We will see. What up, Marina? What up, Tons of Fun? Oh, Orion is back, and I'm sure better than ever. Recycling thumbnails, and it's only episode 20. Oh, restay. Go look at my live tab. I have about 7 thumbnails total. Because I fucking hate making thumbnails, and that is just the God's honest truth. It is my least favorite part of content creation, straight up. So yeah, you know, occasionally I like to make a new template, you know, maybe throw a unique one in there if I'm feeling particularly inspired, but oh boy, do I hate making thumbnails. I'm not ready for Orion. Oh boy. I actually feel like I am. I feel like last session was too positive. It was too fun. I need some cringe. I know the pain. I have the same thumbnail for every game I play. Truth and power, my man. Yes, sir. SSH true. Extremely fair. One for each game. Yeah. I feel you. Yeah, it's like how I want to vary it just enough to where, you know, it's a little bit specific to the title, but I cannot take that much time. We'll surely miss the cringe, yeah. But yeah, we'll do a little bit of housekeeping and then the takeaway. Housekeeping time. I am going to be not here next week. We're going to go to a festival back in Kansas, and I will not say more than that because some of you live in Kansas, and I'm not going to dox myself. But it's gonna be fun. But I will have a computer. I will have a setup. But I will be hanging out with family, so I won't be able to do, you know, the normal 6-7 hour deal. So I'm thinking I'm going to do probably an hour, maybe 2 on Monday and Wednesday, probably starting at the same time, starting at 5:30. And we'll do some of the peripheral CR stuff that people have put into React suggestions that I've never had time to watch. So we'll do some of that next week so that we kind of keep on the Critical Role sort of train. With that, but we're not gonna be able to watch a full episode. You have the OAC ready? Yes, I do. Yes, indeed. Yes, sir. It adds vacation. It is hungry for more editions. Oh yeah, I got it. I got it queued up. That also probably means, and by probably, I mean definitely, means no lunch clubs next week. However, I am going to try to slip in at least one BG3 before then. and potentially one other, but I'm not going to leak it in case it doesn't happen. So yeah, a little bit of a content light week on that end next week, but I'm trying to prep something that might come out, maybe some shorts. And then after next week, I'll be back, and I'll be back here for a while until like February. Well, I guess for a little bit in Christmas I'll be gone. But be back here for a few months. I live in Kansas, but I don't do much, so you have no chance of seeing me. Sounds good. So yeah, that's, small housekeeping thing. And I think that is about it. No leaks, but I now that I'm back from the vacation, I have really buckled down on organizing some of the bigger things. I have a lot of new formats I'm gonna start experimenting with. Still working on the on the Discord project that is not related to anything that I just said. Oh no, the nature of being live. So yeah, working on the Discord thing on the side. Also one or two other coding things. So a lot of buns in the oven. Some hopefully cool collabs coming up. So you'll get to see me with some other people, some other folks. And yeah, that's pretty much it in terms of housekeeping. Takeaways from next episode. Mary Elizabeth McGlynn. That's my main takeaway. I think that Mary Elizabeth, even though I don't think her tone was always right, I don't think she always did a great job. I think that she displayed a level of effort and inhibition that is very aspirational if you're just starting out. I think that not worrying as much about the mechanics, not worrying as much about what you can or can't do, and just trying to sink into your character. It's very similar to what I said last time of good roleplay and people having fun at the table can overcome 90% of issues. Caring about the character and just trying to roleplay, even if it feels a little cringy at first, will cover 90% of the gaps. If you are trying, people will try for you. People will try to meet you halfway. And DMs, number one, give that advice to your players, to new players, of hey, just try stuff. We are there for you. We are here to help you through it. And just it's sort of contradictory information if you think about it, but don't think about it. Of DMs try to stick to the rules as much as possible with new players so that they learn the system, but also feel totally free to bend the rules if it gets them more into it. Yes, I haven't seen many people that are new to TTRPGs do as good as she did. She did fantastic. And it's this weird contradictory information, or contradictory DM advice of simultaneously stick to the rules, but also throw the rules out. And the way that I am rationalizing it, as a default, do not randomly offer them things. Especially if they're asking about it out of character. So all of the times where Pike has wanted to do something, or not even Pike, Ashley Johnson has wanted to do something kind of weird and wacky and flavorful with her magic weapon. And I've been getting on Matt for making up mechanics for it. What I would do instead as Matt there is fully lean into what she is doing in terms of flavor descriptions, but in terms of mechanics, try and keep it static, like try and keep it towards the rules. Just like when Mary Elizabeth talks about like levitating during the how do you want to do it, don't like mechanically allow her to levitate, but run with that in the how do you want to do this description, right? Like totally encourage that level of like role play and investment within this flavorful moment. And it's this like really weird thing, because I think especially like us as DMs want to rule of cool it. Like we want to allow people to have these really interesting moments based on their flavor descriptions, and like interesting mechanical moments based on the flavor descriptions. But I think for new players, lean heavy on the role play, encourage that, but still try to stick to the rules, so that they actually learn the system and they can start exploring the system without you. Stick to the rules, but if they want to do something cool for flavor and role-playing, allow them to explore their imagination. Yeah, encourage the exploration of their imagination, but then collapse it back to the rules. So it's like, if they do, like, let's say it's out of combat, and Pike does want to do something, like, very weird and wacky and interesting with her magic, say, like, reinforce the raw rule and say, okay, raw, this is what the spell does. But if you want to change the spell, roll me Arcana or something like that. So, like, remind them of what it is. Don't just give them these, like, random different spells all the time. And this might sound mean, but I would make the Arcana check a little bit higher so that they're not as likely to succeed in it. It's a little mean, but like I would really tend towards directing them back towards the raw rules whenever possible. Prediction on what class the 2 guest players are going to play. I only remember Will Wheaton. I don't remember the other one. So I'm guessing that Will Wheaton, I'm trying to think, because they're not going to pick any, they're probably at least not going to pick any that an existing person is already playing. Well, at least a person in this party. I'm going through my head. I'm guessing that mystery player, that I don't remember their name, is going to play a monk. And Will is going to play a fighter. How does he? I have a feeling I did not do it. But I'm going through my catalog of all of the classes that no one has taken yet. And it's like barbarian taken, bard taken, cleric taken, druid taken, monk not taken, fighter not taken, and then ranger taken, warlock taken, wizard taken, sorcerer taken. So I think maybe the only 2 that no one is playing are monk and fighter. Fighter technically taken. Who took fighter? Percy. Oh. Yeah, real fighter. Yeah. You guys are right. That's true. I kind of forgot that Percy's technically a fighter. Speaking of Wheaton, you have to make a Wheaton counter to go along with the OAC. It will become obvious what dings the Wheaton counter. I don't even know what that could mean. We kind of have crit roll stats for that. Crit roll stats? What is this? Okay, I might. I'll wait and I'll see. If it does become obvious, I might pause and make one. You will know what it means in due time. Okay, well, with that, let's get right into it. Let's find out what it means. The due of the time is now.
This evening to critical.
Also, I saw in John's timestamps that tonight is a little bit shorter in terms of runtime. And normally that would mean that I would kind of run slower. But my voice was fucking killing me after the last session. It's also why I didn't do lunch club yesterday or today. I actually had the scheduling ability, but my voice is only barely recovering. So I'm still probably going to play the session as fast as I was last time, and maybe just hope for like a 5-hour session or 5-hour stream instead, or like 5.5 instead of the normal 7. And as always, drinking shit tons of water. I've been drinking honey tea. I don't have a potion. I was going to make a potion and then I forgot. Sue me. But yeah, so gonna be still aiming for going through it fast, even though it's a little bit shorter. And actually important introductions. 209 is starting. 209.
He's actually showing you whoever wins from our first giveaway. So see if you guys can get that climbing. We'll be giving out those.
As always, let me know if there are any technical issues. And also, fun fact. Okay, so this is sort of housekeeping, more just updating. I am almost positive that I have narrowed down what is causing the crashes on stream. Unfortunately, it is an incredibly integral plugin. It's the plugin that I use to source record so that I can separate like the camera from the screen share from the overall thing. And so I need to talk to Eden about what exactly, if we can change the process, if we can't, are there alternate ways to source record? But I looked into it, and when I first got the plugin, it was much more stable. Or at least the things I was reading about it. But the recent updates have just tanked the stability. It's getting like 1 and 2 star reviews now. And I tried uninstalling it and like doing some like testing yesterday, and OBS was so stable. So it's not more stable for this stream, because I didn't come up with an alternate idea, and I haven't talked to Eden yet, but it's something I'm looking into. I at least know the root cause now, and we can maybe have a solution. Hopey Dopey, a name I don't recognize. Welcome, welcome. Just found the channel, but I'm loving it so far. Learning a lot. Fuck yeah. Good to have you. Man, I'm astounded. I'm so shocked at how many like new faces I'm seeing after I was gone for 2 weeks. It's very dope. I'm very happy. I'm very excited to have you guys, and hopefully the best is yet to come. I've got a lot of cool ideas for the channel. We're gonna keep doing Critical Role watch throughs, and even I've got some ideas. I've got ideas separately for the channel, which is what I talk a lot about. But I've also got some improvement for the CR stream ideas, but I'm being a lot more tight-lipped about those because I have no idea when they'll happen. They are a lot more determinate on outside factors, but potentially more of those coming. So welcome. Glad to have you, and let's get into it.
Shortly. Also, as we've previously, the past 2 weeks, had some great guests joining our first half of the Vox Machina group on their adventure. This week we have 2 new guests joining us for this and next week. We're going to have a big warm welcome to our players this week, Will Wheaton and Will Friedel.
Oh, that's right. It's Will Friedel. Will Wheaton has a giant arm tattoo. I was not aware of that. Or maybe it's temporary. I don't know. Oh, I see Will Wheaton being the monk. And I almost feel like the Will Wheaton counter is something to do with how much he misses. Like, I feel like he's going to flurry of blows like 2 turns in a row and miss like all 7 attacks.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Excited to have you.
So
like
awesome.
Slightly nervous.
So cool.
You're gonna be great. Don't worry about it.
I will.
I want to apologize in advance to Liam for having to share a table with me. I'm sorry for what's going to happen to your dice on account of how close we are to each other tonight.
Okay. So, I'm already catching the vibes. All right. I remember hearing something about a Will Wheaton curse last time, so I think I'm starting to pick it up.
I just
Fighter for Wheaton and Paladin. Oh, Paladin. How could I miss Paladin? I'm still going to guess Monk for Wheaton, but I will switch it to Paladin for Will Friedle. Oh, wait, I can fucking see it. Oh, it's Fighter and Cleric. Look, that's fair. Cleric is a wide class. It has a lot of different build types, a lot of different subclasses that you can build into it. But it is Thorbeer, the Dwarven Fighter, and Kashaw, the Human Cleric. I can see you going far, man. Oh, thank you. The crit roll stuff was what got me here, as it's my main way of consuming D&D. Wishing I had to play more. I have so many character ideas. Oh, man, dude. Making characters is one of my main pastimes, and ooh. Okay, regulars here know I love leaking. They know I love leaking ideas. And I really can't go into this one a lot. This is actually what I have to be relatively tight-lipped about, but I will dangle. And this is, Restay always makes like Q5 2025 jokes. This is actually something that is like 2024, 2025 type shit, because it's so big, but I am potentially looking into ways to allow people to play more in the audience. And that is all I will say. Zipping my lip on it because that is like a 2024, 2025 thing, but we'll see. Clerics and paladins are somewhat similar. They are. That's true. They are. Okay, this is kind of a separate rant. I kind of wish that paladins and clerics were less similar. Like, I wish that they were a little bit more distinct. But in C5 or in 5e, I fully agree that they are very, very similar. Love it. Cross my fingers. He's talking about CR bingo. Nah, man, CR bingo is something y'all are gonna see in like, well, shit. It depends. Okay, CR bingo depends. I think I'm going to do like a really easy version of it in like 2 or 3 weeks. And then I have a more complicated version of it that might be like 2024. But we'll see. Anyways, enough leaking.
I hope you're not too attached to anything with your character at all. I know. Okay, I'm just telling you, if there's dice you really love, you might want to put them away.
Put his keister this one.
There you go.
Minimum viable bingo. Look, okay. That is something that I do of like, it's something that I've been trying to do recently a lot at work, but I've been trying to bring it into content of like, okay, what is the minimum viable like version of this idea? Like, what is the minimum amount of effort I could put in and this would be like a distinct thing? And so sometimes I do, like, when I'm, like, planning out, like, an idea or a piece of content, I'll do, like, what are, like, the different levels of effort and, like, viability? Like, how much more effort would I have to put in order for it to, like, be this, like, next thing? I do that a lot. Because I tend to think too big. I always go for, like, the maximum viable. I always go for, like, the crazy ideas. And so I have to bring myself back down to earth.
Oh, good idea.
Or else I'll never make any.
Well, awesome, guys. Thank you so much for joining us on this. Before we jump in, let's see if we have any announcements anyone wants to make. Anything coming up? Anything you want to talk about?
Okay.
I'll start.
So that was the first time stamp. Next, we're going to comprise skip, but kind of interesting peeks into the lives of the two celebrity. Maybe. I mean, good to know for anyone else who wants to watch it. 422 to 553 is an interesting peek into the lives of the two guests, but for how much I tend to vamp and talk, I'm probably going to skip 4 stream. But potentially interesting homework, extra reading for y'all. Timestamp a bit early, but as a tiny bit of RP and new info as to where we start our scene. All right, 8:30 is where we're starting. Let's strap in.
Much to the chagrin of Vex and Vax, our twins.
Split apart, split apart.
Separation anxiety is a real thing.
So this group, the second adventuring group, has gathered itself back to the Bellows Respite Inn. Vax, you were asked to go to the bar to join your sister Vex for a shot of the hardest liquor they had available to deal with the coming separation. You shared a brief breakfast, shared your bitter, spiteful, alcoholic imbibement, and then went your separate ways. The first group went initially, and it's been about an hour or so of you guys waiting in the tavern for them to, as far as you know, take care of their business before you're to go to the guild yourselves. So we have Tiberius, Keyleth, and Vax all sitting around the Bellows Respite Tavern, lamenting what's going to come next.
Oh, cheer up, Vax. You should be back soon.
Yeah.
I've never seen you quite so down.
I've been separated from my parents for like a really long time. You get used to it. It's not too bad.
Not that stop me.
It took you years to do that.
Yeah.
2 minutes in, so I'm going to grieve a little bit longer.
Don't say the word grieve. That's strong.
Yes, it is implying that someone has died. And
Yes.
no one has, so, you know.
It's only a few days. It'll be good. Separation makes the heart grow fonder and all that stuff.
It's fine, I just have a low tolerance for bullshit, and I'd like to get past this little piece of shit that we're being made to swallow.
I agree. Stormwind should not be meddling around with these peasants. I'm going to have a... Are we in a tavern?
You are currently in the Bellows Respite Tavern.
Barkeep, bring me your finest ale for my friend here, and...
I like that little moment. We talked before about me liking Liam's role play, and I think that is a, I mean, it's small, but I think it's a good example of leaders being pissed off. Like I've categorized Vax before as like the leader archetype within the group in terms of like 5-man band archetype sort of deals. And I think that is like a lot of times you see leaders like really isolate themselves, even when like they are there for everyone else. They are there to lift their comrades through it. But when other people try to do the same, they just shut it down. Like they don't engage with it. I think that's a really, and I when I say like it's a common way to play it, I'm not saying that is a bad thing at all. I'm actually generally saying it as a good thing. Like I think if you're wanting to play a leader, this is a good way to evoke that sense and that trope. So yeah, little nice bit from Liam there.
And for the lady,
I'll
I'll take a water.
The relatively jovial, kind of ginger-bearded, rotund human gentleman who runs the establishment comes over to you. Looks like himself's a little bleary-eyed and hasn't quite adjusted to the morning light itself. Oh, okay, certainly. I'll go ahead and retrieve that for you. It's 3. 3 is what I'm looking at.
Yes.
What time is it?
Right now, I'd say it's roughly 9, 10 in the morning.
Ho ho ho. Sure, let's start early. Why not?
And I flip him, whatever, couple of coins.
He tries to catch it, fumbles, goes and
You
awkwardly
could've
picks it up, and then
left it.
wanders.
Don't throw it. That's rude.
I give him a tip.
Just-
5 minutes go by, your food and drink are brought to your table, and you continue to lament about the coming time. Is there anything else you guys wish to take care of before you make your way to the Slayer's Take Guild Hall?
Well, we should, since we're getting separated, Grog is taking the bag of holding.
I have one. Don't forget that.
Right, but...
Hello, testing. Microphone 2 can't hear you. Yeah, oh man, my main mic was off. I was telling, I don't want to say her name, A word, that is a home assistant, to turn off the living room lamp, and I muted myself. Anyways, what I was saying, something that Matt is not doing here that I super do not blame him for. Like, I wouldn't do it, in this situation. But I think that is something that is good to keep in mind for us as DMs is to really build out unique tones and feelings around taverns. Like, taverns are where PCs spend a ton of their time. I mean, there's a reason that the classic meeting point is you all meet in a tavern, because they are a source of information. They are a source of local guides, which I guess is also kind of information. They're a source of quests, of hooks, of beds and food and lodging. I mean, taverns are really the one-stop shop for everything that you might need in a story. And so if there is a location in a town that they're just visiting that you're going to put effort into, I would have it be a tavern or a tavern-like structure. You know, it can be a market that serves a similar purpose. It can be a guild hall that offers lodging to travelers. It can be a lot of things, but the tavern as an archetype, I think, is one of the main things that you should work on in your cities where you plan on the adventurers spending really any amount of time. Like, if it is not like they are passing through this town on the way to somewhere else, but sometimes even then. And that extends to also working on the bar keeps a lot. In the very first episodes, like episodes like 1 and 2, I talked about the Craghammer Tavern. And I actually thought the Craghammer Tavern was pretty interesting. But I also think that Matt didn't put a ton of work into the barkeep. The barkeep was like a 1 or 2 sentence description NPC, like you can tell, which are not bad. You need those. You cannot have even a paragraph for every NPC. Sometimes an NPC is 3 words. Sometimes they're a sentence. Sometimes they're 2. But generally, I try to have the barkeeps be at least a paragraph. Maybe a comment about their voice, their appearance, like just something to give them a little bit more depth, because barkeeps are people that they interact with probably the most out of any person in a tavern, and taverns are the things that they interact with probably the most out of anything in a city. Now, again, there are exceptions to this, but the general advice that I would give. And I think that by defining a tavern and thinking about something small that makes the tavern unique, in this situation, the last thing he needs is for them to go looking for a side quest tonight. And I completely agree. That's why I said I don't blame him for not doing it here, because he does not want them to spend a bunch of time here. So I do not blame Matt at all for this. It was more of a separate thing that I was thinking about. And actually, to be fair, that's a good point. All of this advice I'm giving, this is if you want them to stick around. If you want them to be in the tavern, discovering things. Like, the tavern is going to be one of their first instincts for where to go if they don't know what to do. But if you have something incredibly specific that you want them to do, and you don't want them to get distracted, then Ed's totally right. You probably shouldn't build out the tavern. Because, as we've stated, when they don't know what to do, they're going to go to the tavern. And if you have this deep, built-out thing, they could definitely get distracted. But if you're building like a roadside town, I often find that I've talked a lot about how when I build locations, I try to build the general template of like, okay, like what is the what type of thing is this? It's a tavern. Fantastic. And then I choose one unique thing. The barkeep is a quasi-famous former adventurer. Think Name of the Wind, right? The tavern has a fighting pit in it. The tavern also has illegal arms sales that go on in the basement. The tavern has a lagoon that it is also part of its property that actually sees a decent amount of trade. All of these you can have like one unique thing. And I actually find when I'm building out small towns, I start with the tavern, the one unique thing about the tavern. And a lot of times that one unique thing helps me build out the rest of the town. Because so much is centered around the tavern, especially in these small towns, that one unique thing can spill out and really help define the tone and the feeling of the town as a whole. So that's that, yeah. And again, I don't blame Matt for not doing this right now, but it made me think of it. The fact that he wasn't doing it made me think of it.
We had a lot of stuff in that bag of holding. I mean, I kept most of the stuff that I needed on me. But how many healing potions do we have?
Not a lot, that's what I'm concerned about. We've lost our meat shield and we don't have pike, so I think we probably need to go and get some potions.
I mean, I can go ahead and brush up on healing spells as well. Make sure that I come a little bit more well-equipped just in case.
I mean, I'm good on potions, but yes, we should restock our supply.
How many you got?
I have, as you see here, 3 potion of greater healings and 3 regular potion of healing.
I also will say, so this is not a critique of Matt, mostly because I can't know what happened, what's happening behind the screen. But I will say, if you have guest players, or new players or whatever, I try to talk to them about how they want to be introduced. I don't just throw them in, especially if they are at all new to TTRPGs. Just having a basic conversation with them about how dog champ, how do you want your player to, or how do you want your character to come into this? Now, and I think for something like Critical Role, I would probably talk to all the players about it, because it's a TV show, or not a TV show, but it's a show. But even for at-home games, I would definitely talk to the player, and if the new player wants, a lot of times I will offer hey, do you want a relationship with an existing player? So that we can have a little scene there. And then if they say yes, we'll talk about the characters or the existing players and their characters and work in that scene that they can then role play out in front of everyone else. And again, I have no idea. It seems like based on the first guest players that they do have a little bit of scenes prepared for their entry. So I think that Matt is probably doing this. But it is something I'd like to hit home that I try to do with any of my guest players or new players. There's so many moments and things I can't wait for you to see. Not going to say what or spoil, of course. I just like the analysis and perspective you have. Fuck yeah. I'm glad. It's one of the reasons that I remember earlier on, it was I'll just watch whenever I have a chance. But it's the reason that I have to stay on a schedule is because it's so long and it's so huge and it's so big. And I know that there are so many cool moments off in the future that I'm so excited to see and interact with. It's also the reason that I don't do extra streams. I keep it at 2. Because some weeks I could do 3, but I have to restrict myself to just keep consistent, keep going into the future. But yeah, I'm pumped to see it. I'm pumped to talk about it, and yeah, I'm glad that you're enjoying it.
Can I have one?
I mean, I suppose if we're just going to go buy more, it doesn't matter, but here, just in case something happens along the way.
Thank you.
I only have one greater healing potion right now.
Yes, so we'll go buy more, and then we'll see what else they have. I would like to see if we could procure a couple of items, like a couple of empty vials, because I've used a lot of mine. Maybe find some acid or whatnot at these item shops. So let's look around and get the stuff. Can we do
Okay.
that?
Okay. Go ahead and make an invest.
Yeah, I get you, Hobie Dopey. And something else that I have not thought about too much, but something that I really like that Matt does that I've only minorly called out. I've called it out in terms of the magic items, but I really like that he gives out the magic items as these individual little cards. He's not like, oh, write down the helm of seeing. He's not like, oh, write down the boots of speed. He gives them like a physical representation of it. I think that helps a lot with bookkeeping. Obviously, if you're playing online, you can't do exactly that. But if you have, say, Roll20, you can use the like handouts. And even for something that I've been thinking about, even for something like a healing potion or a coil of rope, like anything that they might use and consume, I've really been thinking about making separate handouts for each item and then having a folder within Roll20 called like party equipment, or even like by individual PC, like, you know, Tiberius's equipment, Keyless equipment, and having those full-on handouts in there, because I think it would make the bookkeeping a little bit easier. I think it would make it easier to see what you have and for it to feel more visceral, right? When you use something, of like, you don't just pop a healing potion and forget to mark it on the sheet, or maybe you had 5 and then after you use one, you can't remember, did you have 6 and you already marked it, or do you need to go from 5 to 4? Like, I think that having those really physical, tangible things would be a lot easier for players to grasp. It's never something I've done, but it's something that I've been thinking about after having watched this. With item cards, you always know who has a given item at a given point. Yes, which is super important with 7 players who sometimes trade items. Could not agree more. There have been so many situations where they say, or not even so many, but there were a couple of like really distinct ones when Grog was gone, because Grog had the bag of holding. And there was a couple of times where they were like, I want to use that. And Matt's like, that's in the bag of holding, remember? And they're like, oh, shit, you're right. So I totally agree, Marina. Yeah, I don't know a nice, slick way to do it. Like, I haven't thought on it too much. This is a little bit off the dome. But it's something I definitely want to think about and look into more, because it's way easier in person where you can literally have physical item cards. But I don't know what the best virtual representation of it would be. I'm gonna have to think about it more. But I really like it in general.
To get checked.
Oh, apparently we have the flying carpet. We took the
16.
flying carpet.
Do we have the flying carpet?
The flying carpet is, for the most part, kept wrapped up and
In the bag
within
of holding.
Grog's bag of holding.
So I thought.
Because I think so.
And in general, what I would do here, even talking about the bag of holding, how does he do it? Can't believe I just gave that example. But I think they're kind of missing an opportunity here. Give the bag of holding its own like binder with like the the fucking trading card sleeves, and make it like the bag of holding binder. And then have whoever is holding the bag of holding should also hold the binder, right? And that way, again, we know who has everything. We know where everything is. And if Grog is gone one day and has the bag of holding, like in this case, we don't have the binder, so we don't have the item cards, so we don't have access to any of that shit. Now, it could not work out necessarily if you're playing with a with like a system where, you know, they play the NPCs, like the DM controls the PC while that person's gone. But in that case, you just have the DM keep the bag of holding binder, and then they give it to whoever is controlling at the beginning of the session. Could totally work out. But I would make the person using the bag to check it more. Yeah. Dude, Travis is so good at keeping track of the bag of holding. I am consistently impressed by his bookkeeping. But it probably, like, if it had its own binder, it probably would make it easier to keep track of. Yeah.
Grog was checking out. He was breaking up a little bit, but I feel like he just told me that we took the flying carpet.
We took the flying carpet without, sorry.
He's very far away, but I feel it's reaching its limits, but...
I would like to bogart the flying carpet and everything in the fucking bag.
He apparently left us with the flying carpet?
No,
This according to...
No, he's saying he left with the flying carpet, Keyleth. He left with it. We don't have it.
He said, remember you took the flying carpet. To break our pee for a second.
Am I texting you that right now?
Yeah, I can't, you're cutting out. You're cutting out, Grog.
I held it for a time, but I only have my wheel of mending in mine, as far as I know.
Well, if indeed...
Hold on, let me check.
As you reach into your bag of holding...
His grog is really good. Laura Bailey did, I think a couple of people tried to do a grog last time before he showed up. And I think Liam's is probably the best so far. I do a shit grog. My grog always turns into Tiberius. I remember I left the flying carpet with you.
I'm thinking really hard.
Through the luck of the draw, it seems to be that the last resting place of the flying carpet was within your bag of holding.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, look at that. We have it.
Shut my mouth. I guess I was wrong.
We're good.
All right, let's go to the store. I don't really want to drag this out any longer than we have to, and I just walk out the door and start going.
I got too many thoughts, Riste. I got not too many smarts, too many thoughts. I'm not saying the thoughts are good. There's too much going on up here. Grog smash. It's just Hulk. I don't know. I can't do it.
Would you roll for your investigate check, by the way, Tiberius?
16.
16, okay. As you guys take the next 20 or so minutes wandering the Quad Roads district of Vasselheim, asking around, a lot of the shops here offer general supplies. There are a few that are focused more on the mining supplies, as there is a rather large market for mining cobalt out of the center of the mountain the city is built around. You find places that provide, clockwork for, large grandfather clocks that are now starting to...
Okay, really small thing. Involving world building and the way that you seed out stuff. A lot of the shops here offer general supplies. There are a few that focus on mining supplies. Cut it off. Bop. Period. Don't tell them that there's a large market of mining cobalt, yada, 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 yada. Leave it. That is my general recommendation. I follow the I would say the Brando Sando school of world delivery, of story delivery, of you only tell the characters what they perceive unless they are making a check to remember things. Or unless they are talking to someone and you are paraphrasing what someone else tells them. So they never just gain new world information for free. Speaking of Brando Sando, I'm reading Mistborn with the book club. Oh, man, I need to start my own book club. Hell yeah, though, Riste, hell yeah. But... The concept of you just tell them there are quite a few shops here that specialize in mining equipment. That is now an intrigue point. That is literally a hook. Like, that's a quest hook. You don't even have... That's like when I talk about how when I focus on my DM planning, the thing that I really like is world building. Like, that is what I focus on as a DM. And I let my world sort of naturally generate quests and hooks and such. So by me just telling them, there are a lot of shops around here that specialize in mining equipment. What does that mean? Does that mean that there is an especially powerful mining guild in the town? Does that mean that there is an abundance of supply? Are they in sort of like a gold rush type territory? Like, what does that mean? And when I say that I focus on world building and that I do this sort of stuff, you might initially think that I know the answer to those questions, but I don't always. Sometimes I will just build in points of interest that have nothing related to them so that I can see, and this is normally not for my like bigger hub towns. This is normally for sort of excursion towns that they're maybe going to be spending 2 or 3 sessions in. But for a lot of those, I'll build in a point of interest like there being a lot more mining facility, like there being a lot more mining shops. I have no idea what it means. I don't plan it out. I don't think about it. I just plop it in. Sometimes I follow the thread and I figure it all out and I let that be my driving force. But other times, especially if I don't have a lot of time for prep, I just plop it in and I just leave it. And then if your players are rolling through and you narrate this and they go, wait, hold up. You said there's a lot of mining things? And you go, yep. And they go, well, would we know why? And maybe you have them roll history. Maybe you don't. Maybe you just say no. That's okay. And then you let their conversation, their debate, their theories guide your world building. If they ask you, would I know of any mining guilds in the area? You say yes. Or you then have them roll a check and maybe they do, maybe they don't. But you add that to your catalog. You add that to the world in that moment. Because you know that your players are interested in it. Is what I sort of call like, I don't call it anything because I've never explained it out loud. But I would call it like improv world building. It's something that I did talk briefly about in my how to give quests video of if you just put a hook in front of them, you don't need to know where that hook goes. You can let them guide you on where the hook goes. And then you are guaranteed to be going towards something that they're interested in because at the very least, their brain came up with it as something that they wanted to ask about. So they're interested on at least some base level in what they're asking about. Alternatively, they might not ask about the guild. They might ask about, is there, maybe a large supply? Is there a gold rush situation? And it's also sort of like when you have to make a decision and you flip a coin. And by the time that the coin lands, you know what you want it to be. So that like helps you make the decision. It can be that sort of thing too, where they ask if there's a mining guild, and the moment they ask it, you know that you don't want there to be one. like they say it, and you're me like, no. So it can help guide you as well outside of the prep. So it's something I really heavily recommend. Sometimes extra world building stuff comes from questions players ask. Whenever players ask me something I don't know, I'll kind of cheat and ask what specifically they're after and bounce off of them. Restate, that is a fantastic strategy. That is a fantastic strategy. Totally cheat. Totally cheat. Cheat and lie and steal. Especially for home games. For actual plays, for, pieces of content and art that you're putting out. Maybe don't cheat and steal, or maybe just don't steal, but cheat. Yeah, do it. Take the pressure off of yourself so that you can deliver a more whole product because you're focusing on the things you want to focus on during your prep, and you're not prepping so much that you burn yourself out. But I think that's perfect. The phrasing of why are there so many mining shops? You'll have to be more specific with me. Like, are you looking for something in particular? Are you wondering about the economics? Like, you can just ask them leading questions that are not that are like where it's not clear that you're coming up with it on the fly, but you're just trying to like get them to narrow it down, and they will guide you in the direction that they're interested in and really help your world building. Even for things like insight checks, I'll ask for narrower questions and see what I like. Totally. I'm a big proponent of collaborative world building. This is a collaborative storytelling experience. And using your players to give you things that they're interested in so that you make sure that you make a game and a story that they're interested in is, I think, very good. Now, all of that is sort of asterisked when it comes to actually this being like a critique of Matt. All of this is sort of asterisked by this being a one-shot, this probably being, I mean, not probably, this being much more on rails. Like, one-shots just by definition have to be more on rails because you have like a certain timeline that things have to get done in. Like, you could theoretically make a small, tiny sandbox that you hope is a one-shot. But if you actually want to contain it to a certain number of sessions, it has to be more on rails than like a traditional session. So this aspect of collaborative world building is a bit hindered by that. Like, you can't spend too much time in that world building. You have to be much more prepared. You have to be prepared to like push them in a certain direction, just to make sure you like fill time quota. So that's a little bit of a pressure here, but in general for like at-home games and campaigns.
A large market for mining cobalt out of the center of the mountain the city's built around. You find places that provide clockwork for large grandfather clocks that are now starting to be distributed between this part of the city. You also find that there is a rather large bazaar type market in the center of the quad roads that you passed by when
Holy shit, stream elements worked. It wasn't working last session. Let's go.
you first came through the town. Amongst many of these barkers, you do catch one small tent, Tiberius, that catches your eye because it resembles the same purple color as one tent you guys had entered in Iman about a year or so ago, which you encountered a fortune teller.
Oh, shit! It's the witch's fortune. What are you looking for?
Frantically digs through notes.
Look at those fingers fly.
I approach.
Do you know her name? Remember her name? I can probably find it. It would take a minute of digging, though.
I'm approaching.
Hang on. It's gonna have to go back. I gotta go back to my old notes.
I will also add, as a DM, I'm pretty free with information that I think the characters would remember, like this fortune teller's name. Although, to be fair, I have no idea how impactful this fortune teller was. Maybe I'm getting the sense that this was like an important character, but maybe it was like a one-off thing during a session. In which case, maybe they do need to have it written down. It very much depends on whether or not I think that the characters would naturally remember it. And one way to go about sort of mechanicizing that is you can take their passive history. So I have done this before of saying like, okay, this was like a brief reference. I'll make this like a DC 15. Passive history. And then maybe if they actively try, I'll let them. But would Tiberius remember? He's kind of bumbly. To be fair, he has a low wisdom, but I think a higher int. Which I generally associate int with memory. I think Matt likes letting his players remember things, which is why he'll sometimes sit there while they scramble through notes. Yeah, which is it's fine. It's a bit of a tone at the table, sort of deal. It rewards note takers, but I'm not too tight-lipped about it. It really depends. And it really depends on the context of, like, I don't know how one-off of a character this was. Like, if it was like say if it was the general person, or not the general, the like lord guy that like gave them their contract in Craghammer to go down and kill the abominations or whatever, I probably wouldn't have them roll or like make them like dig through their notes to remember that. That was a very notable person to their characters. But if it was the barkeep at the bar that they stayed at, maybe that's something that I might make them dig through their notes about. So it all just kind of depends. It can hit the pace a bit in the moment for sure. And I think that's what I'm afraid of. A lot of times I'm trying to keep my players in character as much as possible. And a hit to the pace like this very distinctly brings them out of their characters. It brings them out of the role play. And it extends the session quasi unnecessarily. So it depends. It depends, but I do try to minimize this amount of like scrabbling through notes.
Old D&D notes. Keep doing stuff.
So as you enter the tent itself, you kind of pull the curtains apart, and there's one other individual who seems to be just perusing the interior, but the smell that hits you immediately is a very, very heavy kind of sage, a ceremonial burning of various spices to kind of give the air a mystical scent. The light itself is very low. There's a few flickering candles, and it looks like a hooded lantern in the far.
Burning sage, let's go. I love it. Yeah, I would maybe talk more about the emotions that it evokes, but we'll take what we can get from Matthew. Yeah, like talking about how things have a mystical scent. I've talked about this a few times of straight up telling players what to feel, what to think, what things like just like calling it mystical is very expeditious. It's very quick. And so it depends on how important the thing is as to how much descriptive weight you give it. This fortune teller, I'm guessing, is going to introduce one of the side characters, and we need to get the show on the road. So I think it's good to be quick about it in this case. But I'm just glad he did it. A good way could be taking note of what character would remember a particular NPC so you can relay it to that character quickly. I do like that. I do like being able to hone in on certain characters. And that's something that can be helpful if you take session reports, which I have started doing since I started GMing again, is I always take session reports and I try to detail if there were any interactions that happened outside of the party, or if one character had a like particularly heightened experience emotionally, or you know, the experience was more intense for one character than the others. That way, if I do bring back in older references from earlier in the campaign, you're exactly right, Hopey Dopey. I can target that person. And I can talk about emotions that seeing this person again evokes, the same smells, the same voice. I really like to target my players positively in that way, of allowing them to RP this sort of thing.
A corner that's kind of directed outward to give a bit of an ambiance to the interior of the tent. A series of small ropes and cords made of what looks like hemp and silk carry trinkets and bones and various what looks to be enchanted various other accoutrements. And in the far back corner amongst this table there is indeed a very beautiful elven woman dressed in a fine silk gown with a metallic headband, her kind of dirty blonde hair put behind her ears, and she looks to be in the middle of just shuffling a deck of tarot cards. As you enter, she looks up and gives you a look of surprise and then a curious look of remembrance.
Am I with him?
You're behind him outside of the tent. He just entered. If you guys want to go in with him.
Yes.
Following him.
All right, you enter and are greeted by this same atmosphere.
Tris!
kind of gives you a cross look and.
It's been so long. Ah, I know.
Yes.
Fancy meeting you here.
She puts her finger up for a second, turns over to the looks like a noblewoman who's currently perusing a small shelf of books and tomes, and says, "I'm terribly sorry. Would you mind just giving us a moment? We have some personal business to attend to." And the noblewoman's like, "But fine, I didn't want to purchase anything anyway," and stomps out of the tent. The door closes behind her, at which point the elven woman immediately turns. "Trista's my sister.
You're Forsythia?
It's good to see you again, young half-elf." And you see now with the current atmosphere, the light seems to dim in the interior of the tent, and the elven woman's visage shimmers and then fades, and they're sitting behind the table. You see a large, hunched forward, gnarled humanoid, this woman who is definitively referred to as a hag and or Thane.
I can sell my testicles. We found, dude, I told you there are hags everywhere.
This hag is
They're
currently
all over
loading
the
over the
place.
table, long, twisted fingers holding that same deck of cards, looking up at you with the crooked.
Also, when is Matt gonna stop stealing from Baldur's Gate 3? That's the real question. He took beholders, he took mind flayers, he's taken hags. He is really ripping Baldur's Gate 3 for all it's worth.
Good nose and the pointed chin, has a grin on her
Only
face,
8
looks
years
to you
in the
and
past.
It has been some time, Dragonborn. I can still see there is but a fraction of you still missing.
Yes. I still don't know what that means. But I am actually happy to see you, my lady.
still shuffling her cards.
So, is there anything I can help you with?
Yes. Yes, there is. You mentioned before what I asked you last, of the Boros ring. You revealed that it was in the Fae, the Wild Fen. I am also in search of an item that I did not get to ask you about, called the Pale Stone. And I would wish to know the location of that as well.
Kind of gives you a keen look.
Now this must be related. This must be related to the one shot, like to the limited series, the 2-shot, whatever. Because otherwise, do not include this, and do not include this before you've introduced the other 2 characters, because they are just sitting around doing nothing while the other 3 have a grand old time. So I have to imagine that like this is the setup for the next 2 sessions, but we'll see.
I think for the time being, one.
Yeah, it must be. I don't recognize any of this, so I have to assume this is at least before Craghammer. But I'm more saying, like, if you do want to bring this back up, don't do it right now unless this is the quest hook.
Quest is enough. Return when you've procured this ring you so graciously seek. Then perhaps the rest of this will be revealed. Grow greedy with fate, and I fear the timeline will swallow you up, young dragon blood.
Fair enough.
Pulls a card, sets it down, and just starts going over her own reading. With each card she slams down with a heavy thud. The room itself seems to almost cloud, the air growing thicker, and there's a hint of...
One quest at a time, but also Matt was the one that introduced this. So, like, what's going on?
How do I put it? Frustration that she's currently being bothered and strung out. And after she takes a few moments to herself, she looks back to you.
Am I crazy? Like, it's not like they, like, searched out a fortune teller's tent, like... Or did they? Am I going crazy? But even if they did, it didn't have to be this hag. You know what I'm schmaying? I don't know.
Is there business you seek aside from asking me these questions? Perhaps a bauble or two. I make fine baubles.
Since you're not in the business of information, then we are in the business of procuring specific items. Potions, I'm looking for a few...
Oh, this was literally just their shopping? God, Matt loves shopping. I'd probably have kept this in the back pocket until the guests were either introduced or gone. That's exactly what I'm saying, Restay. I mean, even which they did. They asked to go shopping before shopping, which especially if this was a TV show, but even if this is my home game, I am telling the players, like, out of game, like, hey, ask into X, or, like, you have a couple of things on your priority list, maybe make this one the top one. Like, I'm trying to get my guest players in as quickly as possible, especially if they're guest players. If they're new players, I would maybe prioritize it feeling right. But if they are guest players that are only around for a limited amount of time, every second that they're not in is another second that they don't get to play. And I mean, it sounds very doom and gloom, very serious, but I mean, it's kind of, just in theory is kind of boring and shitty, to just kind of leave them sitting there, while the other three role play and have fun. Listen, Trav isn't here, Laura isn't here. It's prime shopping time. Yeah, I would have had one of their characters already shopping inside the thing. Like, especially, you want to introduce them one at a time, so let the shopping time be the time where you introduce, Will Friedle. Will Friedle, the cleric, is there searching for some, divine monster part or something, and he gets involved as part of this. And you've already talked to Will about how, like, okay, they're gonna go shopping because I know my players, and you'll be in the shop, you'll be looking for something, and you can jump in whenever you want. But that's not what's happening. So he's the person generating all of that testicle demand. He needs divine rabbit testicles. Yeah.
Empty glass vials, perhaps some acid
Shoppers
if you
gotta
have it.
shop.
She stands up.
Let them shop with you. I'll put it out there. I won't even you know what? I'll zip my lip about the shopping. Just let in the wills on it. You know what I'm saying?
And as she stands up, you can now see the hag, which hunched forward, sits at a solid 5 feet tall, at full height, even with the hunch. She's now cresting the top of the tent at about 7 feet. Long, stringy, gray-black hair kind of framing the shoulders. The same nice kind of goldish silk outfit that the elf appearance was wearing is there, yet it looks much more world-tattered and matching the one currently wearing it. She reaches behind her, still staring at you intently in the face, and grabs a small case off the wall, sets it down on the floor, pulls back the wooden lid, and on the inside you can see there are 3 small glass vials.
These are what I have.
Well, I'm sure you would, Restay, but you're not Will Friedle or Will Wheaton. I mean, not to, I think that there's a little bit of starstruck star power. Like, if I'm just at a table with peers or friends, I at least want to be involved. Even if I am a more passive type of player, which I am not. Surprise. But even if I were, I'd at least want my character to be standing there. Like, I know this is actually a good example. I have a player who is incredibly passive. Incredibly passive, to the point where I once asked him, I was like, hey man, like, are you like having a good time? Like, I want to make sure. And he's like, yeah, I'm having a blast. Like, I was like, because we were kind of like talking about like, doing like a one shot or I think maybe another campaign. And I was like, do you want to play? And he was like, yeah, it's amazing. He's just a very passive player, but like, even when his character is separated from the group, he wants his character to be there. He just doesn't. He just often plays very quiet, unassuming characters that just aren't directly, driving action and everything all the time. So yeah, even if you want to just observe, at least be there in the scene. What if Restay is Will Wheaton? You don't know? Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm not Will Wheaton. Man, so that is the curse. We'll see how many ones he'll roll.
Two of them will right the physical force. Perhaps take care of some of those wounds someone as foolish and careless as you would eventually deal with. The third one, well, caustic in its nature. Its application is up to you.
I'm also really interested. So I'm bad at one-shots. I think I brought that up last time. I'm really interested. In my head, I should be expedient about getting the quest hook out there. Like that's how it goes in my head. It's like I should make it still feel good, but I should get the quest hook out there as soon as physically possible. Now, this is a little bit of a leak, but it's very soon. I'm going to be talking to some other people, doing some collaborations, talking about one-shot design. And I'm really I'm going to write this down to ask them about when do you deliver the quest hook? Because I am like when I'm watching this, my guts and my gonads and my jimmies are all screaming at me. Oh my god. Deliver something about the quest. Like, don't go off on all this fucking flavorful, cool tangent. Like, this is a dope shopping scene. I wish that more of his shopping scenes were like this. This is honestly awesome. But my mind is screaming at me, why are we doing this instead of the one shot, you know? But I'm interested because I am notoriously bad at one-shots. So maybe my instincts on this are wrong. And this is something I'm going to bring up to some of the people I talk to about this. And I might even like show this clip to them and be like, what do you think about this? Because again, my instincts are so strongly telling me, stop doing this. Like, save this scene for later. Back pocket, put it in there because it's a dope scene. I fucking wish all his shopping was like this, but not now. In the few one-shots I've played, and the quest hook comes before the session even begins. That's what I'm saying. I'm like getting itchy watching this, even though it's good. I don't know. I'm writing it down to ask someone. Ask people later.
The ourselves is a set.
Now you can't interrupt Orion when he's got shot.
300 gold pieces. Take it or leave.
I don't have to be all nasty about it. I mean, I have the money. Here you go.
She reaches over, and as you hold the small bag of coin out, her hand, it completely engulfs yours. The fingers wrap around, and for a second you feel a tug, and you're awkwardly pulled forward a few inches closer to her face. The breath catches your nostrils, the scent of swamp water and old fish. It's a moment of intensity there. You forget your surroundings for a brief moment, and there's just you and this entity, and you really realize she's far older than you ever gave her credit for. She then pulls the bag of coin from your hand and withdraws. The light seems to return from the peripheral of your vision.
Dude, and wait, SSH. Let me go back. Let me go back to this, because this is, oh my god, this is so poignant.
Fingers wrap around, and for a second you feel a tug, and you're awkwardly pulled forward a few inches closer to her face. The breath catches your nostrils, the scent of swamp water and old fish. It's a moment of intensity there. You forget your surroundings for a brief moment, and there's just you and this entity, and you really realize she's far older than.
The smell hits his nostrils, and he realizes that she is far older than he gave her credit for. Smells speak to things that happened in the past. And it is combined. He has been looking at her. He has been looking at her this whole time. But a smell and a touch give him temporal information and information inherent to the entity. I'm gonna give myself a how does he do it right here, because this is like such a great flashpoint of what I was talking about with my sensory descriptions. If you don't know what I'm talking about with these different senses, it's the takeaways from either episode 17 or 18. It's like 16, 17, or 18. I want to say 17. But I go through a whole description of what different senses are good at communicating in terms of storytelling, and Matt just did it like exactly with like the two senses that would communicate this information. He just did it just perfectly. Now, he was a little bit blatant about it, but in this restricted time slot where they have to be expedient, they have to be a little bit, they got to make it go quicker. That's okay. Kind of like what I was talking about earlier. It's like, normally in the context of a campaign, I wouldn't like that. I would like for Tiberius to come to that conclusion himself, that she's far older than he ever gave her credit for. But in this situation where we have to be expedient, we have to get this information across, I think it's okay to just tell him. When they do one-shots unrelated to the campaign, it's very quick compared to this. Maybe it's because it's connected to an existing story. I still agree it should introduce them quicker, though. Yeah, potentially. I mean, yeah, again, I think this is a really dope scene. I'm really liking it. I just don't like that the Wills are sitting there and have no ability to participate in it. Yeah, it's very different with an extant party and larger arc. Yeah. Does that warrant one get out of smell jail card? You know what? I think it might. I legitimately think that this might even get him off probation. I think he might be a free man after this. I'm not happy with him for other reasons, but I think that this might have gotten him out of smell jail, because that was masterful use of it, if you ask me. Orion's backstory comes in the middle. What comes in the middle? Like part of his backstory comes in the middle of this scene. I think this scene is dope. I just don't like where it's placed at the moment.
You ever gave her credit for. She then pulls the bag of coin from your hand and withdraws. The light seems to return from the peripheral of your vision. Keyleth and Vax are there to your sides. She reaches forward and pushes the box forward towards you on the table.
Also, Amanda, I think I recognize your name, but if this is your first time, welcome. I wish that on Twitch it has a first time chatter little icon. I really wish that YouTube had something like that. Because sometimes I almost recognize the name, but I'm not quite sure. But welcome back if you're existing, or welcome if you're new.
Safe, and may fortune smile upon most of you.
Yes, I know something bad is going to happen. Okay. Well, this is all. I showed the bot.
I also do like Orion's acting so far in this, his role playing. I think that we talk a lot about what is actual low whiz flaw playing and what is not. And I think that the way he's interacting with this hag, this very, very powerful entity, is actually more, it bespeaks a low wisdom as an actual in-character flaw more than a lot of his actions.
The box, I take it, pick it up. This is all she had to offer. And she's not taking questions.
You're not taking any questions right now?
Not today.
Not today?
As you know, my dealings with fate take a lot out of me.
Sure.
I'm not quite ready for another round of tellings. You see, the city, as most bits of civilization, are very eager to hear what the future has in store for them. So I'm a bit tapped out at the moment.
And you can see a bit of dried blood around one of her nostrils. And if you recall last time, the process was very physically taxing on her.
Perhaps return in a week or so. And if I'm not here, I'm around.
All one.
Yeah, we've talked about this a few times. But I think you're right, Ed. I mean, I think we haven't talked about it, but we've touched on it a few times. I think Orion Akaba is a is a legitimately good actor and decent role player. But he is at a table where the DM is not DMing in the same style, and none of the players are playing in the same style. Like, he is just playing in such a viscerally different style from everyone else at the table. And honestly, it probably would be less noticeable, and like Matt would probably be able to cater to him a bit more if there weren't 7 other players. 6 most times. I mean, I think that the nature of the situation that he's in, he is so bad for this table. But I see, yeah, like a good role player sometimes who just makes like really selfish and bad decisions, but they're only selfish and bad in the context of the intensity. Like, a lot of times, the things that he does can actually be valid if the intensity is different. Like, the intensity of the scene. Like, if the intensity was lesser. Now, he still 88 bad decisions. Well, yeah. Now, he still makes some pretty bad faux pas that are bad at any table. Like, I think he doesn't do a good job of letting other people have the spotlight. But even in that case, there are tables where that's okay. There are tables where the party is the focus and the party's success is the spotlight, and the individual players matter a lot less. And so, like, the big one that I'm thinking of is like him telekinesing the arrow in after she rolled like crazy. There are tables where that behavior is acceptable. And there are intensity situations where that is probably more acceptable. Imagine the situation where Laura and Orion, or Tiberius and Vex, are the only 2 players conscious, or the only 2 characters conscious. Imagine everyone else in the party is unconscious around them. And this one arrow is the difference between them living or dying, right? I actually think, no matter how good she rolls, I think that telekinesis is probably okay. I don't think that I have a bad reaction to it. I don't think other people at the table have a bad reaction to it, because the intensity of the situation is so much different. So I think that is at least my way so far of chalking it up. Is he makes a lot of decisions that are just not they just don't fit. And most of it is him, I think, misreading the intensity of the table, of like thinking about what a failure means. Because that's a lot of it, is him overriding description, overriding other players' actions to ensure success when he super doesn't need to. So yeah, I don't know. It really is interesting of like what could have been.
Are you still willing to trade today?
Trade.
I'm wondering if you have any poisons beyond the run-of-the-mill nightshades this afternoon or morning.
She stands up and reaches over, and there's a small kind of alchemical glassware set up on the side, and you can see some of it's kind of cracked and old and been brutalized over the time being.
And this is kind of an interesting conflux of motivations. Of now the players are in a situation where I'm sure the players want to get the wills in as soon as they can. Like, I'm sure that they feel that pressure, but they're also on a show where they want the show to be as good as possible, and Matt is putting something in front of them that he very clearly wants them to interact with, so they should interact with it because Matt has planned this and like he's the one kind of directing the story for this show. Whereas if this is like an at-home game, an at-home table, I would guess that the players would probably try to move on much quicker, or at least the players at my table probably would, and I as a player probably would. So this is a kind of an interesting, not debate, not issue, but maybe debacle that is resultant of this being an actual play rather than an at-home game.
She pulls a very, very small vial of...
Fuck, and we're only a few minutes in, and it's already been an hour and a half, and this is why I need to remember to up the playback speed, and why... Yup.
Some dark black...
Because I will just talk if people let me.
Almost Umbra-type liquid where you can't even see shine in the light in the nearby area. It looks like it almost just absorbs all the light. She kind of puts it forward before...
This would be very unfortunate to find its way in the bloodstream of an enemy, yes?
What do you want for it?
What do you want?
A favor.
Oh.
Not now,
Love it.
but perhaps down the road.
Love it.
Thanks a lot.
What?
Fantastic. The only slight comment I have is I love monkey's paw deals. Love monkey's paw deals. I also love vague monkey's paw deals of a favor. Mwah, beautiful. However, take the deal, can't possibly hurt you. Exactly. Read the book in Baldur's Gate 3. Just do it. What could happen? But the only piece of advice I'll give that I go by and that I think I saw, this is not like from my own brain, this is something I saw online, is to be slightly, just a skosh, more specific in your monkey's paw deals. So there's a story I've told on stream before, and I will skip most of it. But it involved me offering a player a monkey's paw deal, and I specifically said, I get to use your voice for a day. Sometime in the future, you will not receive any warning, and I will not elaborate. Do we have a deal? Right? It is a subset of you owe me a favor, right? I'm still like, it's this nebulous, you have no idea what I'm going to do with it, sort of thing. But it is much more honed in, and I find that drives a bit more intrigue. And I think it works a little bit better as a hook. I think that players might start to look into the deity, why they might want a voice of this kind. And again, it's something that you don't even have to know ahead of time. The favor she wants is just helping her move furniture since she's getting ready to move the house. But even for something like that, SSH, I would say I will need use of your body for 8 hours. And during that 8 hours, they become like a puppet. And you can have it be as funny as they just help her move furniture, but their mind is trapped. They still are fully, within themselves. Maybe they can even still cast verbal component only spells. Sounds extremely sexual. You better work for Ursula. Look, I'm just saying. And you can and this is where I talk about SSH. I like comedy in my games. I'm fully down for that to be addressed within the game. I don't go out making jokes about the game. I don't, purposefully make things, but I'm down to run with that in the game if players run with it. But yeah, like just making it more specific, even if you don't know what you're going to do with it, I think drives a lot more intrigue than the generic favor, because there's really nothing that they can do with that in the meantime, right? The generic favor is just a boot hanging over their head, but they cannot learn anything about the boot. They cannot prepare for the boot in any way. If you make the monkey's paw more specific, it drives intrigue as a quest hook, and it leads them towards like when we talked about the voice, they did research into if there were any like large scale like cults going on. They looked into like verbal ritual magic to see if there were any rituals that might need a certain number of literal voices to activate, which it just so happened was my original plan. And they came to it totally independently because I just provided them with this thing. And it really drove interest in the quest. And if, the puppeting thing, like I get to use your body for 8 hours or whatever, could really drive interest in the, for lack of a better word, bloodbendy type magic. And maybe there's a potion or a shot that can help them resist it, but maybe it doesn't help them fully resist it. It would just allow them to like break the spell for a full minute or something, like during the middle of it, and then the CAG would regain control. Like, once you make it specific, they can plan for it, and you can make it all that much more interesting. So, all in all, love Monkey's Paw deals, love to see this from Matt, but I would make it even more specific, even if you don't have a plan for that specificity in your head.
She pushes forward with her long crooked fingernail, shoves the vial forward. It kind of screeches across the top of the table. She withdraws her hand.
Yeah, Hans, that's... And again, if you want... I think that's a fantastic example. I mean, you joke, but she could save that voice favor until the people have become local heroes, and then they go to this meeting, this vote over some fate of the town, and that's when she gets your voice. I mean, there's so much fun shit, and you can make it funny. You can make it funny, you can make it serious. Like, there's so many options that you have. And I even think, to some degree, it helps you focus in on what the favor will be as a DM. Like, sometimes the favor can be so big and so flexible that it can almost feel overwhelming as a DM to ever use. But if it's more specific, it's right there. It helps you narrow in on the circumstance where it might actually be like super useful. So rude of Mega to keep the Wills waiting on pause. Poor way to treat a guest. You're right. I've kept them waiting much too long. You're right.
So it is done.
At that moment, there's a very cold shiver down the back of your neck that then fades. And she just kind of grins with this nasty, toothy grin.
Now, be on your way. I have cards to shuffle.
Yoink.
Oh, it was so nice to see a familiar face in such a strange place. She's lovely.
How long has it been? It's actually been 10 minutes. Dude, that's what I'm saying. That's the problem. I think it's actually been like 15 minutes, and we've been going for an hour and a half. This is why I have to up the playback speed, dude.
Yes. Good day, madam.
As you all step out, she kind of places her hand in front of her, and her form once again shimmers and shifts down to that beautiful elven maiden that greeted you as you enter. The lights tend to blossom a little bit, and you close the tent behind you.
As we're leaving, that's a good look.
You have a slight breathy chuckle. That starts beautiful, and
Oh, you.
Well, what did I actually get?
all right. So you acquired 2 potions of greater healing, and a vial of some sort of caustic liquid. You're uncertain as to what its properties are.
Caustic liquid.
You also don't quite know the properties of yours, but you gather the assurance from a creature of this power.
Sam, I just watched a highlight reel of ridiculous DJ Khaled moments, and that just reminds me. Call him Tiger Woods. Call him Optimus, because he's transforming this content.
She speaks in riddles, but not in untruths.
I'm going to give you another one of the greater potions, so add another one.
Thank you. We're right in the middle of a bazaar. Do we maybe want to
Yeah, we can get more.
jog around?
I'm just delegating others.
I grab someone passing by and say, "You, potions. Where? Here?"
The person kind of looks at your arm, brushes it off, and the middle-aged gentleman goes, sir, you do realize that most of the...
Tell him to bring in the lobster. If any of you want a very funny guided tour through DJ Khaled, the YouTuber and streamer Stans, STANZ, just posted a video where his editor took him through some of the most famous DJ Khaled memes. It's a good video.
The potion trade is controlled by the clergy.
Oh yeah, they're all like no magic and stuff here.
I did not know that. Thank you. Well, shit.
Wait, did you say it's controlled by the clergy?
By the clergy, so we have to go there. We should go there for
Whoa, hang on. Just because it's controlled by the clergy doesn't mean that it's, like, legal. Doesn't mean that if we go knocking on their door requesting potions, if they're going to take kindly to that. Kind of like getting your concealed deadly weapons license in
I have no idea what that is.
I grab another weirdo passing by and say, "Excuse me, there's probably a temple around here. Can you point us in the right direction?"
The individual kind of looks at you awkwardly and points over, and you can see just past the outskirts of this bazaar, there are a number of buildings that kind of line the outer area of this central portion. You can see where he's pointing.
Okay, quick note. I'm not gonna harp on it too long. I fucking swear. I like, this is just a quick compliment to Liam. I like him asking passerbys rather than asking Matt, "Do I see this anywhere?" Even though Matt treats it a little bit awkwardly, I think that's a great thing for Liam to do. It keeps everyone in their characters in the moment rather than me, Liam, asking Matt, the DM. It is me, Vax, asking this random person played by the DM. Like, it's a really subtle difference, but I like it a lot, especially in this case, where there are so many people that you could ask.
There is a rather large-looking cathedral made of almost from this distance, a warbling, kind of warped obsidian. And it's far more ominous and obelisk-like in its appearance than the other positive temples. And a district of the city you haven't been to yet, but that is the closest temple.
Warbling Obsidian is my Black Rose cover band.
I'm getting itchy. Can we just go to the tape, please?
I turn and I lean into...
Bro, Liam, speaking my fucking shit, dude. Yeah, I'm getting itchy. Can we just get the wills in already?
Tiberius, and I say, he's gonna be crinky the entire time we're on this field trip, isn't he?
Yes, and usually I'm the cranky one.
I know.
So let's head to the temple. Right? Yes? What are we doing?
I guess.
Can you turn to a horse?
Yes, but that's a little forward, don't you think?
I'm just asking.
You mean the temple or the take? Where do you want to go?
Oh, the take? Is that, what would make you feel?
Oh, let's get on with it, shall we?
Sure, fine.
Jesus, whoever that is.
That was that one carpenter we met in Vasselheim.
Oh, he was sweet. Had some good herb.
Yes, he did. That he showed me how to... It was dank.
Dank, which is arcane terms for thaumaturgical. Anyway, you make your way to the southern outskirts of this portion of the bazaar, which leads its way into the central kind of building clustered portion of the Quad Roads district, to the outside of the Slayer's Take Guild Hall. You walk up to the main doorway, which has the inscription in front, and pushing the door open, you enter to the main kind of foyer area, where you see the same kind of cast iron chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. The darkwood rafters kind of frame the entire internal area, and there, sitting at the central desk, is once again Merton, the kind of scarred-up halfling with the relatively joyful disposition, who looks up from his books and...
Okay. Appears to me that at least we have the other half of this venturing group to deal with. Let us hope that perhaps you have better luck than your previous friends and what has been chosen for you, huh?
They already headed out.
Yes, they left not more than, couldn't be more than an hour ago, I imagine.
And, what were they contracted with?
Oh, no, they're going to kill a dragon. Would you like me to go get the mistress for you?
Excuse me?
What?
I'll take it as a yes. I'll be right back.
And he gets up from his table and wanders off.
They'll be fine. I'm sure of it. Scanlan makes good decisions all the time.
Yes.
As you
Oh.
as you wait a few moments, eventually
Man, this is why my heart yearns for the West Marches. My heart yearns for it because I love those moments of like talking about other groups and talking about people they know, but I've had middling success. I'll say that. DM just becomes the sole point of failure in West Marches. But those are so much fun. They're going off to kill the dragon.
Merton returns, but he seems, his head down, a little humbly. He gestures out with his hands, and you hear the familiar footsteps of the Huntmaster Vanessa Sindriel, her tiefling appearance, both, very striking in her chiseled bone structure in her face, her dark leather armor itself creaking slightly with each footstep, and she has that very commanding yet welcoming appearance, which hides a very hard-to-read interior. She steps forward. Well, are you ready to take on the other half of this mission? Your friends were eager, and they traveled with some of our finer warriors. Are you confident in your capabilities today?
Listen,
Fighter
don't be smart
warriors.
with me. None of us want to be here or cooperate with this stupid event just to abide your laws.
Tiberius, we could be on
The answer is
trial.
yes. The answer is yes. Let's get on with it.
See, it isn't very simple. I like direct and to the point. I respect.
Oh, well, thank you.
The angry flowery part in the middle, not so much a fan. All right, so she reaches behind and pulls out.
Waiting 2 weeks instead of 1 to DM the next session feels like fucking forever. It does, but my group currently does 2-week things, and it is just so necessary for scheduling. I find doing it every week as like, and this is not to be like a how do I put it? Like as adults with like jobs and shit, it is, and like job, friend, and family responsibilities. Like I sometimes just miss, like I did it weekly in high school, and there is something so nice about guaranteeing that your job will never spill in to the weekend, and that your job will never have a 12-hour day during the week. When you're in high school with your job just being school, or I mean, college is a little bit different, but still same general concept. And I don't know. I was really lucky that I had parents who really liked that I was in playing Dungeons and Dragons every week, and instead of out doing whatever. So they really allowed and encouraged the hobby, and so they would actively work with me to like plan family stuff around it, which I was so lucky to have like parents that were chill like that. But yeah, man, 2 weeks is just necessary. Like, we tried to do once a week, and it was just like everyone always had like, oh, I'm doing this with family that weekend. I'm doing this with like in-person friends. I'm doing this with, I have to, a lot of times on the weekend, I have to test things for my job. So yeah, it's tough. I watched a West Marches live play for a while, but never played that style. Looked fun. Oh, I want it. I want it. It's just like with the DM being such a single point of failure, it is so easy to get burnt out as the DM. I've ran a West Marches before. Yeah, man. Oh, I wish. Yeah, it's great for scheduling. Splitting the difference and going for 3 weeks out of the month for us, sometimes weekly and sometimes fortnightly, is killing me though, lol. I could imagine. I like to... So is it 3 weeks out of the... Oh, 3 weeks out of the month. Ugh. Yeah, that's tough. Like, I get it. I understand, but that is tough. I would almost just say that you should do it every other week, and then the one of the 2 off weeks you like still get together and like, I don't know, play BG3 or do something else, like, because that almost but this is coming from me, like, I need like consistency in my scheduling, otherwise my brain stops clapping the monkey. Like, if I have like inconsistent scheduling like that, where it's like, oh, sometimes we take off the first week, sometimes we take off the second week, sometimes we take off the fourth week, my brain will implode. So board game night once a month sounds sweet. Totally, dude. Yeah. I'd maybe go for something like that. But also your table, your rules, you guys know what's best for y'all. Anyways.
what looks like a small rolled up piece of parchment. Looks at it for a second, opens it up. Well, you will have one other hopeful for this guild. Will be joining you for this, and then a leader will be assigned to you on this excursion to keep an eye on you and make sure you stay within the rules and not go absconding to some other country and we have to hunt you down.
Fantastic.
Can we use the word liaison?
A liaison, if you will.
I learned that in Iman.
Merton, would you gather other hopeful for this? Merton goes, of course, Mulligan. He gets up and walks over and knocks on a door. As you hear the door knock from the opposite side of the room, opens it up, and the kind of red, tousled hair halfling.
Kashaw, your group has arrived.
Now it's about time. I'm sick of waiting. Walks out and meets everybody.
As you guys look, the door opens and a human male steps out into the light, if you wish to describe yourself.
I am Kashaw Vesh. I'm an acolyte. Here I am. I've been waiting for you for so long now. Do I have to travel with them the entire time?
Well, for the remainder of this contract, at least. But once you have joined the guild, perhaps other groups will be assigned to you.
I'm sorry, were we late? We didn't mean to keep you waiting. Or do you mean like you've been waiting for us for a long time in the like kind of destiny, we're here and we're where have you been my whole life kind of way?
Is she always like this?
Yes, yes.
She's not good at reading emotions.
This has got to be fun. Yes. No, I meant you're late. That's what I.
Is that what people say about me?
I don't.
We'll talk later.
Who are you?
Vaxeldon. Pleasure.
I'm Tiberius Stormwind.
Dragonborn.
Yes.
So what's your thing? What do you do?
What I do is not really important. What I want to get done, I think, is what matters. What I want to do is start this quest. Is that what you called it, a quest?
It is a contract.
A contract, a job. Can we just get out there, please, and do what we have to do?
Very well.
I agree. Let's hurry it up, Merkin, shall we?
That wasn't your name, was it?
It's Merton. Merton is the name, but that's...
Martin.
I'm not from these parts. It's my accent.
Martin.
Sorry.
I could hear accent from upbringing. It's single.
Oh man, I'm waiting to comment, Reese. I'm waiting to comment because I'm liking it, but I'm trying to pin down what his deal is. Like, I pretty immediately knew what the deals were of both Mary Elizabeth and Felicity Day, and I'm trying to figure him out, which is okay. To be very clear, like, this is like fun figuring out, cause like I think it's really easy to just be like, my character's crotchety and leave it at that. And so I'm trying to figure out if Will Friedle is like one note or if there's something more complex here. And I'm really hopeful that it's more complex, especially with people saying that they love it. I love Will Friedle. Yeah, his character takes some chewing to see past the middle finger attitude. Cough, Felicia, cough. Yeah. Yep. I mean, Felicia Day's character also felt very similar thing of like felt very one note, felt like she had her thing, but then over the course of the arc she had like a nice little arc about gaining confidence and becoming a leader and all this. Like, it was a nice little a nice thing. Interestingly, I don't really feel like Mary Elizabeth had much of an arc, but she had a complex enough character to where I don't think she needed one. Like, I think that's kind of the deal, is like you can play a one-note character that has an arc, especially in a one-shot. You can play a one-note character that has an arc, or you can really try to like invest and dig down and deepen the character. So I can't quite figure out what Kashaw is yet. I'd say more complex, definitely. Honestly, quite good one-shot characters. Obvious character hook, complexity, and how they're portrayed. I'm down. I'm excited. I'm down.
Use of,
I said Merkin, that's what I said.
It's Martin.
Merton. Never mind.
It's
By the way, the human that has walked out and approached you, you can see has kind of shoulder-length brown hair, a leather cord that is tied around the center of the forehead. Eyes, two different colors. One, I believe, is like a light blue.
One is a light blue, one is a bright yellow. And his right arm, all the way up from where you can see where it disappears below the armor, is covered in 1-inch cuts. Scars all the way up 1-inch cuts.
a religious man.
Is this before or after fucking Mistborn? Is this fucking Kelsier's Survivor of the Pits of Hath Sin, brother? What the fuck? Holy shit. Did Brando Sando rip from this, or did Will rip from Brando? fucking arc, she killed a dragon. That sounds like fulfillment to me. You know what? I'll hold my hands up at that, Robin Banks. That's fair enough.
Maybe.
Merton goes over and knocks on another door, opens it up, and this individual is fairly easy to hear from a distance. The heavy footfalls and the grumbling kind of echoes through the hallway before he even appears. Merton leads you into the light of the main foyer area. And this will be the group of which you will be guiding on this. I appreciate.
Also interested, it sounds like he said 1-inch cuts, not 1-inch scars, which makes it sound like a flagellant, like, pain sort of deal. So I'm wondering if he's like a war cleric, I would guess. I'm gonna guess a war cleric, because I don't think Xanathar's was out at this point. Otherwise, I would probably guess a grave cleric. But I'm thinking war. An Allomancer class would go so hard. Oh, it would, but it is like fundamentally not how D&D is designed. Although, it's kind of not. There are no classes that get their class resources based on money, which is quintessentially what an Allomancer class would have to be. Of, like, this is a class that instead of using spell slots that you regen every day, it uses metals, which you have to purchase with gold. And that would be so hard to balance. Allomancer constantly ticking off the alchemist stealing his metals. Yeah. I mean, it would go hard, but it's like it is just fundamentally so different from how the rest of D&D works. And since D&D is a resource expenditure game, that it would both be like good and bad for like an Allomancer class, because like the whole point is wearing down your party, but you're wearing them down. It's a resource management on like per units of time, not per units of gold, right? Like that's how D&D is constructed. So it honestly doesn't really matter how long a dungeon is. It only matters the pace at which they go through the dungeon. It is how many things do they experience per long rest. That actually determines the difficulty of the dungeon, but that is not the case with something like an Allomancer class. An Allomancer class would not be tied to the amount of things per long rest. It would be the amount of things per gold gained, which is just like... I don't think, it is something very interesting, but you would have to like throw out most of the recommended balancing for dungeons. Like you would just have to, because you would constantly be having to feed the Allomancer money in which to acquire their metal. It would just be a spellcaster that is forced to use components instead of a focus. Yeah, but that's the point. Because I agree with you. I totally agree that, like, it wouldn't be mechanically hard to build, but it would be mechanically just impossible to balance unless you develop your own, like, unless with it you provide recommended encounter balancing for it. Like, you would have to think up a whole new way to balance encounters. Wizards kind of do need money to a degree. Kind of. I mean, yes, Wizards need money in order to keep up in power long term, not in order to keep up power in the short term, which is a bit of a difference. I generally see what you're saying, though. It does sound like it would be an actual bitch to balance and design, given how powerful and versatile Allomancy is, assuming the class would be Mistborn. Yeah, assuming the class would be Mistborn, you would have to... I feel like you would almost have to, like, the only way I can feasibly see to do it is that you drink metal vials, and metal vials are essentially spell slots, and you completely ignore what type of allomancy they do, and it just drains metal vials, regardless of the actual allomantic thing that they do. And then they have to purchase metal vials. That's the only way I can think of to balance it easily. Could limit it to per short rest like a lock. I mean, essentially like giving them free metal per short rest. Maybe. I think you're right. You would have to abstract a lot of it away from what I believe actually makes Allomancers interesting. Like, that gold to resource management is one of the things that makes them intriguing, or at least I think would make them intriguing to play. Because I think one of the interesting things about Allomancers specifically is that they can keep going as long as they have metals. Like, they make this a really big point when talking about Allomancers versus Ferrochemists. Of, like, Ferrochemists only have, like, they have a limited amount of Ferrochemy stored up. And so they can eventually just run out. Whereas Allomancers are good as long as they have metal. And I think that that's kind of a fundamental part to their design. So I don't know if you could limit it like Warlocks. Blah, 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 blah. I'm remaking Allomancy as a mechanic in my game with a lot of changes, but part of those changes are the powers are only held and used by noble houses in Dwarven society. Sure. I think that's, I mean, limiting it. I mean, that's literally how it is, essentially in Era 1 is it's limited to a certain caste of society. Maybe write it off as the material needing a short time to reach the intestine before burning or something. Not book accurate, but I don't know. I mean, I think, Hans, the unfortunate part is, again, kind of regardless of how you flavor the actual mechanics, because I think there's ways to do it. I think it fundamentally doesn't fully work because of what I was talking about with, like, the idea is that all Allomancer needs is metal. And if you strip an Allomancer of metals, they are fucked. They are basically a normal person. And if they have just a bandolier of metal vials, they're essentially unstoppable gods. You know? Samuel Paris, that sounds really cool. I do agree. I tied Allomancy into dwarves, as in my world, the Underdark rearranges and regrows alloys once a decade. So if metal refresh equals more Allomancy, that is fun. Tying the Underdark to the actual metals. That is very interesting. All I can picture now is a BG3 Allomancer just eating pots and plates they've picked up along the way. I mean, they make it a point that Vin has been accidentally using Allomancy because pewter has been in the water that she drinks off of out of pewter cups, and like off of and like the food that she eats off of pewter plates. I mean, this is that she's been instinctually burning pewter, and that's why she hasn't died from the beatings that she received as a child. I mean, yes. Yes, A-Tapper, you were right, and I agree, and you're based. Yeah. So, like, while I think it's cool, and I think it's really cool as an NPC construct, making it a playable class doesn't work with the encounter design. You would have to somehow marry the amount of goals that you give per long rest as well. I think that's ultimately what you would have to do, is in the same way that you determine how many enemies to throw at them per long rest, you would also have to determine, okay, I want them to expend their resources at, the same rate as a warlock or a wizard or whatever. How many metal vials would they need in order to expend resources at that rate? And how much do I want the metal vials to cost? Okay, metal vials cost this much, therefore I need to give them this much gold per long rest, not per dungeon. Which gets really sticky on how you go about delivering that gold to them. Because I think it could really, really easily feel contrived if you don't do it quasi-perfectly. Making allomancy a racial magic in my game was half a cop-out as to not worry about a full allomancy class. Fair enough. Making them fight a Zorn. Yeah. Yeah, just take a chunk out of a Zorn, just bite it off, yeah. No, that's fair. Making it racial magic does... Because racial magic doesn't have to be balanced. I mean, fucking... controversial opinion, racial magic for the most part is not balanced. So yeah, I think that's fully viable. Yeah. But I don't know.
You're doing this for us. I know it's not really usually what you do. But here is your team for this contract.
Yeah, looks at Yuan Ti compared to Dragonborn. Let's or fucking, I mean, even if we want to be like really obvious about it, fuck Aarakocra. Let's look at flight compared to gnomes speaking with animals. Okay.
I'm sorry, where's the team?
This is your team. And Vanessa kind of chuckles to herself. I'm sorry, this is what you...
He made it his mission to give every race good racial magic. That's sick. That's sick. I've never redesigned any of the racial magics or racial abilities. But what I do, and I've talked about this a lot, is if my characters or if my players want to play a character that has certain aesthetic options, I will work with them to get them mechanics that make sense and are specific and are good. And yeah, I really try to work with my characters on that. So like I have reflavored certain racial magic before, but not before like a character chose it. And most of the time I reflavor it specifically for a build that they want to do, but I make it a little bit weaker. Man, dwarf, bring out the dwarf. My favorite characters coming in. Fuck yeah.
We're dealing with today.
Hi.
Hello, I'm Tiberius Stormwind.
The Thorbeer. Play nice.
Oh, two grouchy
Tor?
Thorbeer. Play nice.
With Orion and Grouchy.
So he's
Max.
a dwarf. He's a really stout dwarf. He's got a really long red beard that's sort of singed off in the lower right corner. He's got his hair is the bottom of top part of like his beard is braided and clamped off with all these like ornate kind of things. He's got these big, thick, ropey white braids that come down on either side of his face and sort of like frame his face. And these have these really big Dwarven runes on them. Do any of you guys speak Dwarven?
Yes.
No.
So,
Yes.
Okay, all right. So for those of you who speak Dwarven, this is a really, really effective.
Bro, I can instantly tell that Will Wheaton's a fucking DM. Holy.
Offensive curse word in Dwarven. And
Not in a bad way, by the way.
this one
In a
is
good way.
an even more offensive curse word in Dwarven. Like, you don't say these in friendly sort of
But asking if anyone speaks Dwarven is the most DM finally getting to play move that I've ever seen.
company. He's got a scar that kind of runs down across his face. And the eye that it runs through is black and his other eye is blue. You
Both of them have fucking heterochromia? Fair enough.
can see that he's got these, like, some kind of Dwarven script written in tattoos all the way down his right arm.
So please, if you...
Man, the Wills actually made disturbingly similar characters. For totally on accident. I fully believe totally in isolation from each other.
would not mind making sure that they see their contact to fruition, taking them on this as you will, showing them the ropes of the guild, and trying not to get into it.
And for me,
Well, you will be
Fair
rewarded
enough.
as for the contract. You will have done the guild a great favor, which you know favors can go a very long way in the
I
guild.
certainly do. You don't have to tell me about repaying favors.
Nice lore drop,
Well,
easy.
perhaps now would be a good time for this jovial lot of adventurers to know what it is they are to hunt down. She reaches behind and pulls out a
Is
second.
it an actual group?
I like that sort of line can feel contrived so easily depending on how you deliver it. Like delivery is everything on that line. Otherwise, it is so incredibly contrived. And I think that Will got the delivery. Guess on the monster. Ooh. Okay, I have to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to think about the monster in the bathroom. And I will be right back. We're back. Who said pre-watching in the bathroom? Ed. True DM move. Nah. Not me. I am not a pre-watch Barry. Also, I didn't say it beforehand. Hydrate or dehydrate, fools. If you didn't get water during the break, go and get it now. Water's good for you. Most of the world, or I don't know about most of the world, but I know most of the US is chronically dehydrated. Go get water. It's a good hand splayed. I'm going to guess it's an elemental of some kind, or maybe a fiend. Ooh. I'm going to say... You know, it's hard. If Laura and Orion had been in the same party, I would have guessed that that party was going to fight a dragon. But this party's very magic. Well, actually, it's pretty split. It's rogue and fighter. Although we don't know the fighter's subclass. He could be like an eldritch knight, based on the singed beard. I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess a large beastie of some kind, like a periton, or maybe a rock. I actually don't remember what CR rocks are. I think they may be too hard for them, but I'm feeling something like that, like a mammoth or a T-Rex, some large beastie. To hit on Marisha's druidness. How does he do it? I'm always doing it. That's my problem. That's my secret.
Well, we'll see how well you can make it into one. Perhaps this is a test for you as well, Fair Dwarf.
I think this is going to be an excellent bonding experience.
Seriously, the whole time she's like this?
Yes, she is. Yes, she is. It grows on you, though.
I'm sure it does.
I'm
So
just
does the
very
plague.
positive.
It's
What's wrong with
true.
positive? Everyone has such a problem with optimism.
So does the
She
plague.
unravels it, looks at it. I think this will do well for what is required. we will bind this contract to you now. Feel free to take over. If you wouldn't mind reading, half-elf.
You know, public speaking is not really my strong suit.
Just read it.
Okay. Ordered and paid in advance by Anonymous.
Oh, they're a fun group.
This contract, binding in honor and the elements, sets upon the agreed members of the Slayer's Take Guildhall, and the task of locating and slaying the below-mentioned entity, and the recovery of the below-listed harvested anatomy items. And any anatomy items not recovered or not in functional condition will be deducted from the final payment and refunded to the client. Oh, that's so... This contract is good for 3 days, and should the contract not be fulfilled within that time period, all payments are null and void, this contract is null and void, and membership with the Slayer's Take is revoked. Outside of the Hunter's Master's willful forgiveness.
Skip to the punchline.
The quarry has been approved for hunting by the holy paramours of the crown of Erethis, the quarry of one Rakshasa. What's a Rakshasa?
Tiger Man,
Yeah.
Tiger Man?
Yeah.
essentially.
How do you know that?
An evil tiger man.
Storybooks. Singon.
We need 2 Rakshasa eyes, 1 Rakshasa.
Dude, Rakshasas are literally just the tiger from Zootopia that would take care of you. Except they're also evil. That's really interesting. Oh man. I wonder how purposeful it was to pair the party of fucking like stick in the muds. At least, you know, Liam's a stick in the mud right now as well. Or I shouldn't say Liam, Vax. Rakshasa. If it was purposeful that he was taking these people with really sour temperaments and Keyleth and pairing them against a monster that is like intelligent and might try to like fuck with them a little bit, like he said it very directly, like the white dragon, even though dragons are normally that type of enemy, very intelligent, fuck with you a lot, that dragon was particularly like bestial. And so I'm curious, I kind of doubt that. I think this Rakshasa, I think is going to lean the exact opposite way. Like where he took 2 intelligent monsters, like very intelligent, clever monsters. One of them, he leaned far more into being bestial, and I think that this Rakshasa is going to be much more civilized, even than a normal Rakshasa. And the fact that it's anonymous, I think, speaks even more to that. Of they're going to get there, and it's going to be a moral quandary and dilemma, especially having nice Optimus Keyleth there, of do they take down this, like, actually, like, sentient, not super evil entity for the job, or do they, like, let it go and try to figure some way out? I don't remember if the other contract had that opening in it, but there was the opening of Beyond the Hunt Mistress's willful forgiveness. I don't remember that being in the last contract, which makes me think that that Matt is trying to build in a non-violent path here. Ooh, it was a fiend. That's true. The clinical term of the Grump Group. This is kind of the Grump Group. It's the Grump Group plus Keyleth. We get a noir episode. Ooh, that could be fun. You realize we get Ariel singing in the background? Oh, wait. Oh, fuck, I forgot. I forgot that you guys were getting Ariel singing during the BRB. Yeah, this will be really interesting. I think this is a really good opportunity for a moral quandary and dilemma. And I will be, like, the dilemma that he posed to the other group. The other group was highly, highly optimistic. They were highly, like, good-spirited about the hunt and about fucking everything, right? They're very driven. And so the moral quandary there was, hey, This looks like it's going to be very, very hard, and it also looks like you were specifically set up to fail. It is directly picking away at their optimism and at their confidence. Which, I mean, Felicia's character was kind of a stand-in for the confidence of the entire group in that way. And so that's what this ancient dragon kind of represented, was this force, this destructive force that cannot be reasoned with, cannot be optimistically taken down. They have to meet it tooth and claw. And are they powerful enough to do that? Are you powerful enough to do that, Vex? Are you powerful enough, Scanlan? Grog? You might think you are, but remember the fighting pit. Remember, you got scared and taken down by two giants that serve this thing. Are you really capable of defeating this dragon? Right? That was like the moral themes and tones there, right? For Angry Men and Keyleth the Musical. Yeah. Aren't Rakshasa vulnerable to piercing damage from a good aligned creature? Ooh, potentially. I actually don't know. But I am seeing this group. I'm seeing 4 Angry Men and Keyleth the Musical. They are not going to be deterred by strength. If they went up against everything that they saw, Vex is like, fuck it, we need to get this over with. We're going. Yes, I would love to just get the drop on it and kill it. We're not talking to it. We're not trying to trick it. Like, that's what I see from all 3 of these. Maybe Orion would be the voice of reason, and obviously Keyleth would be probably different. But I think that Matt, at least I hope that Matt, will present a direct opposition to that. I really hope that he will directly contrast, are you sure that you want to kill and ask questions later? Are you sure? It seems peaceful. You know that Rakshasa are normally evil aligned, but this one seems calm. This one seems like it wouldn't hurt a fly. In fact, you see it walking with a cane. It seems old. It seems elderly. This will hardly be a hunt at all. Right? I don't know if that's what'll happen, but I can totally see that sort of dilemma being posed to this group. And this is what I'm talking about when I target specific players. These are the sorts of things I think about when I talk about targeting players for quests. It's not positive or negative. It is trying to elicit emotional reactions and give them debates specific to their characters. In a way, it almost seems like they've got jobs that suit them as well. Grog's no good at detective work, but Vax is inherently sneaky. Yeah. Also obligatory. How does he do it? Obligatory. Yeah, I mean, it seems like, I'm hoping at least, that I hadn't really thought about how specifically tailored the dragon was to their group, and I will be interested to see how tailored or not tailored the Rakshasa is. Oh, fuck. I just turned on the BG3 audio.
Rakshasa tongue, 1 Rakshasa heart, 2 Rakshasa claws, and 2 Rakshasa canine teeth. So canine.
Would this be an Arcana or would this be a history check? What kind of
This would be more of an Arcana check.
I'm going to do an Arcana check, 18.
18?
Yeah.
Rakshasas were entities that originally stemmed from the realm of the 9 hells. They are devils. They are deceptive and usually embed themselves in elements of society where they can grasp and take power. They love having servitude beneath them, and they are notoriously difficult and slippery to find, let alone nail down and destroy. They, appearance-wise, they look like a normal humanoid man, but have the face of a tiger, and the other curious element is both of their hands are reversed. That's as much as you can glean from your formal training and understanding.
Okay.
Like a fucking man with 2 left hands, I'll tell you what.
I have a name?
Why does that matter? All we know is we can confirm that there is one within the vicinity.
Oh, he's doing it. Oh, he plans D&D like Jeopardy. I'll do Arcana for 18. I mean, look, man. Maybe I'm getting desensitized to it, but I was like, at least he asked what type of check it should be beforehand. Maybe I'm just a little desensitized, but this is instantly. This is playing on Vex's natural tendencies versus his current emotional state. He's worn Megaphone down. Oh, how kind of. I mean, he kind of has. I'll be real. but right now, right here.
That's as much as you can glean from your formal training and understanding.
Okay. Does cat have a name?
Why does that matter?
Why does that matter? That shouldn't matter, right? You're going to do the job. You're going to bag this cat, and you're going to bring him in. Why does it matter what his name is? Love it. Love it. It's fantastic.
All we know is we can confirm that there is one within the vicinity. We're hunting.
Because that is playing directly off of what I'm seeing out of Will Friedle and Will Wheaton. Will Friedle is very much like, let's get this show on the road. I don't care about what you do. You don't need to worry about what I do. Let's get this done. He is the one that would say, I mean, obviously they're not talking to him, but this, that is very much the tone I'm getting out of his character of who cares about his name. We've got a contract. Let's get it done.
At the very least. The rest of this is up to you to find.
Honestly, I'm surprised Orion hasn't been that bad so far. There haven't been any rolls required.
The quarry is where it's been last located?
Give me this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you double check it. I might have missed something.
Why can't we know who the client is?
The client has decided that they wish to remain anonymous for this contract.
Seems to be bothering you quite much, Kesha. Everything's been bothering me lately. She's not helping. You want to read this?
Okay, I misread Kesha. Very interesting. Okay.
It's going to say the same thing. I mean, like, which part? Give me this. Okay.
How far to the quarry?
Your quarry is the creature.
You said you found. You said it was in the vicinity. What are we talking in the vicinity? Are we talking a day's hike? Are we talking an hour from here? What
Meaning we've been able to confirm that there is one that is within a huntable distance within the 3 days of the contract. However, part of this trial is to see just how good you are at finding and destroying such creatures. So, that information is for you to find.
Oh, that's annoying as shit. Oh my god! What an annoying ass organization. Fuck you, dude. You know, and you're just not telling us? Go fuck yourself. I hope Vax sneaks into their fucking cupboards and finds that shit.
Unless you do not.
God, oh man. Every character I have ever played would be so pissed off at that. Oh, you won the lottery, go find it. Yeah. I mean, that you know, I've talked about before. This is a Brennan Lee Mulligan thing, but every character you make, no matter how different, has a small piece of you within it. And something I have noticed about all my characters is that they have a distinct problem with authority. Yeah, I hear that. I'm like, oh, go absolutely fuck yourself, Slayer's take. Ugh. God.
Feel your skills are up to par for the Slayer's take, in which case you're more than welcome to go for the door. Human.
No, we're fine.
You have no further information. Are there any grumpkins you want us to find? Do you expect us to go out with no information at all?
How do you
find a
think
man
we
with a
operate?
tiger's head?
Well, you all seem like a very well-traveled unit.
But they don't know the details, but enough to accept the contract. Robin, I think that's a charitable reading of it. And I think depending on your character and probably your overall personality, probably determines how you will read that. I read that as, hey, that's part of the challenge, is like that information is for you to find, implying that we know the information, and like we could give you more of an exact estimate, but we're not going to. Walk out the door, human. That's how I read it, and definitely how my characters would have read it. But I think that your interpretation is fair, if not a bit charitable. I will say players' characters who act explicitly belligerent, like Orion, are really weird for me at tables. Even if it's well done or makes sense, it's really hard for me to work with. Yeah. I get that. I am I most of my characters are in some way, shape, or form belligerent, and it is something that I frequently check in with the other players to see out of game, like out of session, to check in and make sure that they are cool with how I'm playing them. Because I mean, frankly, I'm a relatively belligerent person. I'm not one to follow societal politeness standards, even though I also think of myself as like a generally empathetic person, and like I don't like to make trouble for people. Like, to be very clear, I don't like go out and like make trouble for the sake of it. Right? I wouldn't call myself a Karen, being honest. But if someone's being a dick to me, it is really easy for me to turn on the dick switch in return. Almost unintentionally. And that is very much my characters of if someone's being a dick to my character turns on the dick switch really quick. There's definitely fun or mild belligerence, but if it ends up reading as hostile, my usual response to that sort of thing is just not to interact with them, which sucks for tabletop gaming because I want to interact with everyone. And I think that my primary goal with any character I make is to make sure that everyone can interact with my flaws. So if one of my flaws is unnecessary belligerence, it has to be interactable with. Like, it totally has to be performed in a way that all of the players feel comfortable interacting with my character. So, Riste, I will, if we were at the table together and I performed it a certain way and I came to you afterwards and you were like, yeah, I didn't really feel comfortable interacting, I would tone it down actively. That's like all I need to tone it down. And I think that in general is good to think about and good to prioritize of no matter, it's kind of like one of the first pieces of like really phenomenal relationship advice I ever got, which is if someone tells you you hurt them, you don't get to decide that you didn't. No matter how I'm intending to play the character, no matter how good I've done or how artistry, no matter how much artistry was in my performance, no matter how well I did or anyone else thinks I did, if it made someone else uncomfortable, I don't get to tell them, well, deal with it. Right? We can have a discussion about it. We can say, okay, what parts made you uncomfortable? What parts am I willing to compromise on? What parts are you willing to compromise on? Like, we can start from there, but I don't get to decide that they didn't feel uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? So if I build my character a certain way and one of the other players finds that character hard to interact with, that's on me. We need to have a conversation about what am I going to do differently and what am I not going to do differently? And is that okay with them? Yeah. It's funny, I'm an asshole, but my D&D characters are usually very nice. I mean, there's quite a few things about my D&D characters that are hyper different from me. But that's one thing that's pretty consistent. It's funny, Dick Switch is a great character name. I do like Dick Switch. Oh, great name for a changeling. Dick Switch is a great name for a changeling. That's good advice. Yeah, thanks. It comes from a really bad place. It's a quote. And it is from Louis C.K. after all of the really terrible things came out about him. But it's still good advice. And very applicable to him. Yeah. So I also one of the things that me and Paige really often do is we try to discuss in arguments how the other person's comments made us feel, and we go in like we're in a 6-year relationship. We're married. We go in with the benefit of the doubt that if I got hurt by something she said, that she did not mean to make me feel hurt, right? Like that is just implied within all of the conversations that we have. And that's not always an implication. I mean, to be fair, if you're coworkers, maybe friends that are closer to acquaintances than like super close friends, that's not always an implication you can make. But we run with that implication of like, we're never trying to hurt each other. And so when she says, hey, that comment that you made me feel upset or angry or sad, there's the implication that I did not mean for that comment to do that. And I can reevaluate for myself what are the parts of that communication that I am willing to change because I don't want her to feel that way. Right. And and that's how we go about arguments and interpersonal dynamics, or at least it's a base. A guy who taught me how to make penny fireworks and put them on crossbow bolts. Okay. Once told me you don't always get to decide if you're an asshole. Perception isn't monopolized by you. That's a fantastic way to put it. Yeah, you do not have a monopoly on the effect of your actions. You do not get to and I think that that's like a really like human thing to want. We want that control over the effect that our actions have, but we can't have it. It's just not the way the world works. And a lot of times it's not your fault. Like a lot of times if Paige makes me feel bad or I make her feel bad, very often it is not our fault. And sometimes, and even oftentimes, it has to do with other things that were said that day that were also not bad on their own, but it's a combination of things. It's maybe something that someone else said to us earlier in the day that this new comment is then building on. But getting it out of the way of this is how that made me feel. And that gives context to how you reacted for them. And we all know that we're not trying to hurt each other. And so we can move on from there. It's like when if someone says, yeah, the way you played your character didn't make me feel comfortable, I go into that knowing that that is not actually a critique on how well I played the character. Right? I think that that's something that people really often think of. It is an insult if I say, I was uncomfortable with how you played your character, or you made me feel bad. Right? They take that as an insult to them. And oftentimes it isn't. Sometimes it is. But most of the time that's not an insult. It's just a basis for how I react or the things that I want going forward. Maybe I'll run with this. I had an interaction with a player where they basically said, watch your back in this group, hostile. And when he checked in, I don't see my character trying to repair it. Maybe I can work with him to make his character accessible to mine again. Yeah, totally. I think you can have a really big, you can have a really great conversation out of game of just, and you can start it out with, one of my friends does this a lot where he, like me and Paige have it implied between us, but like last session, one of my friends said like, oh damn, Jack, like your character just makes enemies everywhere we go. And he said it to me afterwards. He was like, hey, by the way, I'm okay with how you're playing your character. That was not meant to be an insult. It was more of just a funny observation. You can go the opposite with it of you can say, hey, I think that you played your character like fine. Like, I think that that's a fine way to play your character. I think you did a good job role playing, but the effect that it had on my character with how I'm planning on playing them is X. Like, it really put me off. Like, I don't think my character will be able to, like, form a bond with your character moving forward unless there's something else that we do. And you can have that conversation, and maybe you need to bend. Maybe you need to compromise. Maybe they need to bend. Maybe they need to compromise. Probably a bit of both. Or maybe they'll just go and just say, like, oh, fuck, I didn't realize that. That was not my intention. Like, I'll keep that in mind for future role-playing. Because they might just be like, yeah, fuck, I didn't mean for it to come off that hostile. Like, wrong tone of voice, might be. And then you can just kind of go from there. And I find a lot of times, especially when it comes to character interactions, once you have those conversations, those other people will go out of their way to try and repair the relationship in character. Sometimes through like planned stuff, but a lot of times through not planned stuff. Yeah.
You seem to have done well enough to find and destroy great things you spoke of as you walked into this house. Prove to me that you are more than just sellswords. Show to me that you have the intellect, that you have the skill sets, that you have the cleverness to find a creature that does not wish to be found.
Is this how things normally go around here?
Yeah, totally food for thought. And I mean, not everything applies to every situation, but I think the thing that does apply to every situation is the, you don't get to decide if you're an asshole, you don't get to decide that you didn't hurt someone that says you did. There's a certain amount of, do you believe them? You know, like there's a certain amount of good faith if someone tells me something on the internet. Maybe I'm more or less willing to believe them. But if yeah, I've learned that lesson through personal experience many times. Lol, yeah. I mean, you know, there's that aspect, but especially when we're talking about interpersonal stuff where most of the time you're playing with friends, you're playing with family, you're playing with people that you want to give the benefit of the doubt. And on both sides of things, if you tell them that you hurt them, it's not a commentary on them. You know that they didn't mean to, but it is what it is, and you got to move forward. Otherwise, it's going to be shittier for both of you. Yeah, food for thought.
Normally, I don't waste my time with the likes of you. Man with a tiger's head, gonna stand out, no problem finding him. Let's stand here and talk about this forever. Or let's head out and get this over with.
This is going to
Well,
be
dwarf, why don't you do your title and lead then? And I should warn you, you are walking with a stormwind. Now, you may not know my name, but I can assure you I alone am an army. So, you are well protected. So lead us to find this tiger man.
Oh boy. So Will Wheaton is more the character that I thought Will Friedle was. Of like, who cares? It'll be easy to find him. Let's bounce.
Dragonborn who's a lot of talk.
I do talk a lot.
Wow.
If he's an army, why don't you just send him out?
Because
No,
I don't
that
want to be here.
That was probably the ballsiest thing you've ever said.
You go do it.
Yes.
I'll wait here.
All right. Storm.
Wind.
Wind.
You can call me Tipsy.
See how good you are at following. And he heads out.
He's not very good. Oh, he's gone.
As the dwarf exits, you guys follow outside the Slayer's Take into the center of the main quad roads thoroughfare on the outskirts of the bazaar to seek a Rakshasa, wherever one may be.
I thought this was going to be a fun field trip.
Well, I mean, Rakshasa does sound fun, like Rakshasa.
It does.
Yeah?
And it's like a tiger person, so maybe we can relate.
Fuck. So remember how I was like, you don't need to dive into the tavern a bunch for this specific thing? Maybe, like, you need to have something to push them out the door to get them the quest, but now, just dropping them in the middle of the city, if you had gone more into your tavern, that would be it still might be, but that would be like the first place they go to try and find a lead on this, especially if you'd gone into a lot of detail and depth. Again, they might not be able to find a lick of anything there, but it would be a good place for them to start.
I want to switch teams.
It gets better.
I don't understand.
What's your name again? I'm sorry.
I'm Cash Vesh. Call me Brother Cash. Everyone else does.
Cash. Brother Cash, are you new to the guild as well, or are you...
I'm not a member of the guild yet. I had something happen with someone who did something, and now I'm here. Why don't we leave it at that for now?
That's kind of how we got here.
Apparently,
Yes.
I only have to be here for another 3 days, which will be good.
Right.
It seems
I'm impatient. Perception 20.
Okay.
Is there anything around that indicates where...
Well, unless that's his passive, which it very well could be. But if that's not his, did he roll? Wait, I'm gonna watch Will.
I don't understand.
What's your name again? I'm sorry.
I'm Cash Vesh. Call me Brother Cash. Everyone else does.
Cash. Brother Cash, are you new to the guild as well, or are you...
I'm not a member of the guild yet. I had something happen with someone who did something, and now I'm here. Why don't we leave it at that for now?
That's kind of how we got here.
Apparently, I only have to be here for another 3 days, which would be good.
Right.
It seemed
I'm impatient. Perception tool.
Okay. No, he's just referencing, oh, you wanted backstory? Fuck you. He did not roll. He did not roll. So I'm back on Will's side. I am more than fine throwing a passive score at a DM and letting them decide whether or not to use it, which will. I'm more than happy with slamming that passive perception. Yeah, I'm more than fine with Wheaton throwing out a passive perception score saying, hey, this is my passive. Do I see anything? And that is still leaving plenty of room for the DM. And normally, I would even say, hey, you should just ask the DM what you see. You shouldn't bring mechanics into it until they tell you to. However, when it specifically comes to passive scores, I think DMs are really bad at remembering it, so that's an exception to my rule. If you want to remind your DM of a passive score out of nowhere, I say go for it. Even though it's not how I would go about a lot of other mechanics, I think that's fine.
20.
Okay.
Is there anything around that indicates which of these 4 directions is the best direction to go?
Knowing the city for the while that you've been here, you know that there are places of open business that have a lot of traffic are also good places to ask for if anyone's seen anything of
I think you don't even need to. I mean, again, this is a little bit me like going into that advice of like, I don't think that you need to throw out your perception there because Matt is not going into perception right now. He is going into just inherent knowledge that you have. And I think it's very okay to ask the DM about things that your character might know or might have intuitions about that you as a player don't because you don't exist in the world. So asking the DM, hey, would my character know even remotely where to begin looking for a Rakshasa? Like, it sounds stupid and direct, but I think that that's very okay. And the DM is fully at liberty to say, no, you have no idea where to begin looking. Or they might say, roll a check. They might say something else.
Might match a certain description or an individual you're seeking, any strange behavior, and so you know that the center of the quadroads where that bazaar is a good place to start requesting information, as you have currently none at your disposal.
So, and just to get this clear, a Rakshasa is not like a beast. It's like a...
It's like a man.
Demon.
It's a demon.
It's a demon?
It's a demon creature that looks like a man.
Shape of a man.
With a...
But it's not like a beast,
No.
by definition.
It's a fiend, no, not a demon.
I'd like to make... I'm sorry. I'd like to make an insight check
Devil?
on the dwarf, not just if he's lying. I mean, he could be, but just to... Can I get a gut instinct of what his deal is?
You want to make an insight check?
Right, yes, wait. Devils and demons are different, but they're both fiends. So it is a fiend. But is it a devil or a demon? I would assume it's a devil. I don't know.
3, but I'm
matter.
going to use my luck to try that again. 18
Luck,
plus
take a shot.
2 is 20.
Would you like to just go ahead and roll a 20?
That's a 2.
Also, did Matt ask him to roll that?
Sorry, I'd like to make an insight check on the
Brother.
dwarf, not just if he's lying. I mean, he could be, but just to... Can I get a gut instinct of what his deal is?
You want to make an insight check?
3, but
Dude, it fucking rolled the dice as Matt's still talking. You're skating on thin ice here, Liam.
I'm going to use my luck to try that again. 18 plus 2 is 20.
Would you like to just go ahead and roll a 20?
That's a 2. All right.
Last blow.
Skip that out.
Dude, this is why Will was looking at his passives. Anything to not roll. Oh, boy.
Just enforce the myth, man.
Yeah.
That's one better than I usually roll. I'd say it's twice as good as I have.
100% improvement.
Gruff exterior, there is definitely
Live dice jail,
a
yeah.
toughened past to him. He seems driven, not necessarily, untrustworthy per se, but definitely a man of little patience, and currently does not seem to be too pleased with the fact that he's essentially babysitting in his mind.
Is there a marshmallow center?
You may find out in due time. Yeah, that is too hard to read at this moment.
Can I, if you're in the bazaar, do I have to be out of the city to cast locate creature? Is that something I can do?
Cast it anywhere you want to. Your magic is divine. This is your city.
And that's not just a descriptor either.
Fine.
Thank you. It's normally fabulous, but not in this city. So then, how do I go about casting locate creature?
You can just tell me. You'd like to go ahead and do
I'd like to go ahead and cast locate creature.
All right, so as you guys are having this discussion, you're having this weird stare off and considering where to go in the bazaar. You stop the nearby alley, 2 buildings down from where the Slayer's Take Guild Hall is, and you begin just taking a small dagger from your side and carving a circle in the ground. Throw some runes down that are specific to your patron. Take a moment and concentrate on the description of this.
Patron's an odd word for it. Little warlocky there. Dungeon Master? Is there a alternate element that is going to change to Kashaw the human warlock? Because his weird-ass eye and all of his cuts would feel a lot more right for a warlock than a cleric, but we'll see. I'd love to play with Will as a DM because he'd also never be able to hit me.
Rakshasa.
True.
Looking at the specifics of the spell to make sure that I don't give you any misinformation. Let's see here. Okay, creature.
Rakshasa.
Beautiful.
That's some jazz hands, isn't it?
You focus your mind for a second, and your holy symbol begins to drift out from underneath your armor. You instinctively take it, slap it down underneath, and then refocus.
Oh yeah, Restay. I mean, and this is where we've talked about this a lot with Orion, of the difference between a character flaw and a player flaw. Like, this is where you get into the fucking edgelord characters, like the grimdark, edgy rogues. Of if your character is super serious, super edgy, and you as a player act super serious and super edgy, and basically respond like your character even out of game, it doesn't really feel like the other players can interact with your character in negative ways because you are acting like your character. So them interacting with your character negatively would be like interacting with you negatively. And so, yeah, the gruff, blunt, belligerent, whatever, having, that tone in game and then a very different one out of game can really harden that line of my character is doing this, not me. It's almost the opposite of that's just what my character would do. A lot of times, that's what my character would do is used as an excuse to just do what you would want to do, even though the phrase should mean the opposite, right? Like, and I think that they're doing the distinction here is very obvious of they're grumpy because that's what their character would do, but then they actually get out and they're smiling and joking and having a good time, where it's very obviously like, oh, I'm grumpy, I'm belligerent because that's what my character would do, not what I would do. Yeah. That's a great way to explain the discomfort of that play style. Yeah. The difference between, and that's, I think, a lot of the times when people criticize Orion, and this is something where I don't think this has to do with what table he's at or what have you. When Orion is criticized in character, he reacts poorly out of character, very clearly blurring the line between, okay, did he do that because he's Tiberius, or did he do that because Orion is controlling him? And so then you can't criticize Tiberius because you might be implicitly criticizing Orion. And Orion is your friend, and you don't want, and like you're on stream, and that's awkward and cringe. But you need to be able to criticize Tiberius for like a healthy character with flaws to exist. It's horror movie time again. I'll catch y'all later. Peace, Mr. Dad. Yeah, never heard it explained that way before. Makes a lot of sense. I have had many an edgy, grimdark companion. Some of them have grown out of it, and we still play together. Some of them did not, and we no longer play together. And I have had a lot of time to reflect on the reasons for that.
Focus your vision, your eyes close, and you can see, looks like a pulsing energy of like a very, very dark flame, something that in itself, you can already smell the sulfur. You can smell the lineage, the devil lineage that this entity is. And
I'll also say, the first time I ever played D&D, there was a friend that we didn't invite, so I even kind of knew about it from the very beginning. There was a friend that we didn't invite because at the time, he took games very seriously, and even if he would like lose in Civ, he would kind of take it out on us, like in real life. Like if two of us teamed up in Civ, and then we were like on the same side of an argument the next day at school, he'd be like, "Oh yeah, like you two are always on a team together." And like it sounds fine when I put it like that, but it was uncomfortable. And he's much better now. We're still friends. He's very cool. And he knows now. He was told later that this happened with him being left out of D&D, which was a very hard conversation, but worth having. And yeah, so I think I was always kind of aware that separation needed to be there. Otherwise, you could have very bad consequences. Oh wait, did I miss a smell? Because I was thinking about this. You can already smell the sulfur. Dude, Matt, let's go.
Something that in itself, you can already smell the sulfur. You can smell the lineage, the devil lineage that this entity is. And there is indeed one not too terribly far from where you currently are. It's faint, which means it's in the outskirts. And you know this lasts for about 1,000 feet or so, but it does give you a northeastern direction. And then the spell fades.
Northeastern direction.
We should go northeast. It's also, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, closer than we thought.
In the walls of the city?
Not in the walls, but very close to them.
Do we have any type of plan of attack? Does anyone know how to fight these things? Any earthly clue?
Leader boy?
Leader boy?
Oh, I'm sorry, you talking?
Maybe there was an army of yous active on Twitter when this first aired. Just tweeting at him, but like constantly being like, "Fucking describe the smells, you bitch. Do it."
Torbiot is what they meant to say.
Yeah. Listen to Stormfather over here.
An army of 13-year-old me's. I would never tweet at Matt telling him how to play. Oh my god. I say all of my criticism. I was actually thinking about this of like if Orion Akaba ever discovered my channel and saw all my thumbnails and titles and how embarrassed I would feel. Because it feels okay to say all of these things. Like, this is something I would actively have to think about if I was watching it live. Because all of the things that I'm saying feel more okay because these are people from 8 years ago. They basically don't exist anymore. Like even though these people are all still alive, there's always the facet of, oh, it gets better. Oh, they learned a lot. Like, this is 8 years ago. And so any critique I make always has that kind of rider of like, but they're probably better now. Whereas like, I don't know that I could do like a live watch along. 'Cause I would feel too like, ugh, about like making that sort of commentary and like actively happening stuff. I mean, we'll see if I ever get there, if my mind changes or how I do it. But I could never tweet at Matt during this. No, my social anxiety. No.
I take my social cues from other people. I'm sorry.
In my experience, there has not been a problem invented that can't be solved with an axe.
Oh, that's true. We've seen that, yes.
Wonderfully helpful, thank you.
You're welcome.
Follow the axe.
Now, what I want you to do is imagine an hourglass.
The low high charisma RPA 9 leader boy 10 leader boy 20. They didn't mean to be rude. Actually, really good. I'm saying, Marina, man, he has good moments. And like sometimes I remember there was someone who started watching the the series and started commenting on the VODs as they were going. And one of their comments was like, you know, Orion has a low whiz and a low charisma. Like, that's just him playing his character. And I was like, sometimes he is, and he does really well at it. But other times he's not playing Tiberius, he's playing Orion. When he's playing Tiberius, I really like it, actually. But when he's playing Orion, I like it a lot less.
Yes. You got that good picture of an hourglass in your heads?
Yes.
See all that sand draining out? Let's get a move on.
Okay, what am I doing with the sand?
I agree with that. Are we supposed to do something with the sand?
Yeah. Count it.
Oh, that's so difficult.
That would take so long. Can we tag
She
team it?
always like this?
Yes, she's...
Storm clouds counting sand. I don't know what she's doing over here.
Wind. It's fine.
Northeast. How about let's start walking that way and see what happens? Can we give that a shot?
I agree. You did the fancy spell.
It's not as fancy as you might think.
Yeah, so I pulled my axe out. I'm sort of holding it like a walking stick.
Okay.
And just very deliberately, very demonstratively walking.
Yeah, Will Friedle is giving me big warlock vibes, which does not mean he's a warlock. You know, warlocks and clerics are really only separated by who they choose to serve. But he's giving me big ass warlock vibes. What am I doing with this sand is legit hilarious. It is. Like, low whiz. Like, that is a great example of like an actually like fun low whiz. That is not disruptive and is just like fun banter. It is very funny.
Ahead in that direction.
With each footfall, you know, the what was once, probably hundreds of years ago, a nice stone or cobblestone roadway in the center of the city has been slowly hit with mud, dirt, snow, sleet, and so each step is a slight moisture with each.
I'm assuming there's no stables around?
Not immediately. Those are usually towards the very, very outside of the
I'd be
city.
jonesing for a horse.
We get boots all dirty.
Torbeer, leading forward in the northeastern direction that was given by Brother Cash, eventually brings you around the side of the bazaar onto one of the, and you see right now it's called the quad roads. There are two main roads that meet right where the bazaar occurs, and then they spread off into the other sections of the city. To the northeastern section, from your guys' perspective, the district begins to drift into another district that you have not previously visited. This district is, you've heard it mentioned before, it's known as the Dusk Meadow.
Dusk Meadow.
Now, previous sections you've been worshippers of Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon. There was the Braving Grounds, which worships Kord, the god of strength and warfare and honor. The Quad Roads, which is under a wrath.
I think what I just realized, because I was thinking, like, he said, like, you've heard it mentioned, and I was like, no, they haven't. I've been listening the entire time they've been here. They have not heard it mentioned. And then I was like, okay, Jack, like, be fair. They've, like, they've probably, you know, talked to people off screen. I like to, especially for this sort of stuff, Quad Roads filed that away for 3 years later. I'm going to be honest, I will not. But interesting. But I think the way that I prefer to deliver this sort of information, especially world-building information, is either through a conversation with an NPC or through handouts. Or and when I say handouts, that can be pretty vague. I've talked about like my rumors system before, where like I'll post like news clippings in like a rumors channel in the Discord. And that will talk about like things happening in the city. And that's a way that I really like to deliver information about world locations and world aspects that they might not be aware of, but that they might be learning over the course of off-screen time. The general layout of the sections was told when they first arrived in the city in like episode 16 or 17. Yeah, but what he's going into right now, like, I generally agree that maybe they've heard the name. You've heard it mentioned before as Dusk Meadow. Now the previous sections have been worshippers of the Platinum Dragon. This one lies under Arathis. Like, Dusk Meadow falls under the Watchful Eye. Maybe they did hear the name. and I don't initially remember it, but all of this exposition, even as even if you want to say that one of the other characters, so like either of the Wills, seem to be at least generally from around here, if you want to say that they know it, I love telling my characters things that they know. I love telling my, like, I would look at like at Leaderman, Will Wheaton, and say, hey, you know all of this about Dusk Meadow, and then let him filter that to the other players. It's actually very similar to Whispers, but I say it out loud. I say it out loud so that everyone has the information as like a meta thing, and they can all make informed decisions. And more specifically, because their decisions don't need to be informed, right? If especially depending on what Will Wheaton chooses to tell them, but so that they understand Will Wheaton's actions. I think that's one of the most important things, and it's one of the core reasons that I don't love Whispers for at-home tables, is because secret information can create confusion about why characters are doing things. It can also create intrigue, which I think is great for Critical Role as a show. Like this creating of this intrigue around why characters are doing things. That's great drama. That's great popcorn. And I think for certain tables, it can also work as that. But for a lot other tables, it can maybe just create frustration of like, why are you doing this? And then they finally figure out why that other person is doing that. And then they're just frustrated of like, oh, well, why didn't you tell us? And then that creates frustration not only at the character, but at the player. I think for really mature tables, they can hopefully separate the difference of only being frustrated with the player or with the character. But it depends. Did somebody say Whispers? No, I did. But it is related to, I would not exposit this to the entire party. I would exposit this in front of the entire party to one person and then allow them to filter it to the other players so that you provide great RP moments depending on what the character chose to tell them. Now, there's a very clear difference between what the player is choosing to tell you versus what the character is choosing to tell you, right? Like, now that everyone knows what the player knows, there's a very, very hard line distinction of where if his character doesn't tell them everything, they're getting mad at the character, not the player, which is great. That's what you want. So that is my general beef with Whispers, I think, kind of summarized and condensed. And I think I would rather have Whispers and whatever Matt is doing right now both married into this middle style. And it sort of depends on the tone of the table, but I would also classify this under general advice, because I don't think that many tables are in a situation where having those separated adds value. I did dream sequence recently, and one player said she appreciated that I did it in front of everyone instead of taking the dreamed at character aside, probably for similar reasons you're saying. And it does depend on the people. Like, I think it's great that she told you. It's one of the reasons I like doing after action reports, where we like all sit around and say like, how did the session go? Like, I think it's great that she told you, because now you have that information going forward. Yeah, I think it's kind of like the, gruff characters, players laughing out of turn. It creates this really, like, if Will Wheaton's character does want to fuck around and does want to be a bit of an asshole and does want to be a little bit belligerent and a bit of a dick, it's more clear that it's the character doing that, not Will, which I think is a useful line. It's not always necessary. Like, that line is not always necessary. There are mature tables that don't need that line. but I don't want to call players or tables that do need that line immature because that's how I handle mine, and I consider my table very mature. So yeah, it's all definitely things to think about.
It's the deity of civilization and invention. The Dusk Meadow falls under the watchful eye of the Raven Queen, goddess of death. That large obsidian-type structure that you were led to earlier as the temple resides in the center of this district. And you've heard mentioned before of a few of the things that exist here, that being probably Raven's Crest, which is the main temple to the Raven Queen. There's also where the Amaranthine Oubliette
Wait, no. The Xanathar still isn't out, so he can't be a Death Cleric.
is located, which is essentially the prison of the entire city of Vasselheim.
The what?
The Amaranthine Oubliette.
The
Amaranthine Oubliette.
Amaran.
Hammer time oubliette. Just.
Oh, look, there it is. There it is.
My BG3 character would be hot and heavy for Raven Mommy.
This is also where most of the dead of the city are interred into a series of catacombs that are built deep beneath this section of the city. Far enough away from the Oubliette to the point where there's a crossover and is enough of escape, as that apparently has happened in the past history of the city. As you begin pushing towards the edge of where the two districts meet, you can see that there is an area of the town that, for lack of a better term, it's a more jovial than expected area. There are a series of stands put up on the side of the road. There's a lot of beggars sitting on the side of the street that are currently panhandling to those who walk by. There are a number of taverns. You can hear music coming from various establishments, and it seems almost like the closer you get to the death-oriented district on the border to the quad roads, the more and more it pushes into a shadier Mardi Gras type experience. So you make your way towards that dividing line there. What would you like to do?
What say you, Torbeard?
Let's ask around and see if anything's been a little out of the ordinary, or maybe in the ordinary.
Yes, I like that phrasing.
I have to imagine anywhere this thing goes, there's going to be strange deaths associated with it. We might as well look there.
That's actually a good idea as well.
And where we're walking, are there shops and stands as well, or is it residential?
There are many that sell just jewelry, many that sell very, very well-made clothing, some of them like party attire. There are some that sell exotic fruits that have been imported in various states of ripeness.
Is anyone selling any masks?
Make a perception check.
Something that I want to point out / address really quick, and I don't want this to get political, but it is something to keep in mind as a fantasy DM, especially depending on the type of high fantasy that you're running, that zoning laws are really, really modern. And so the concept of a residential area is, it's not like it didn't exist back in the day. There were some places that didn't have shops or service providers, but the vast majority of cities was completely mixed, and it was an exception if places were not mixed. Much more European-esque than like American. Which I know it can be hard to kind of get out of that mindset as you're playing, but it's a useful world building note that no matter how residential the area that you're in, there is probably always shops and always service providers, at least relatively close. No Orion counter yet? Redemption arc? He's been all right so far, but also they've rolled very little. And the rolls are normally when things come into play.
Passive or active?
That'd be an active perception check as you're seeking it.
21.
21? You do glance around, and there is one cart that carries more like costume, party attire supplies. It doesn't seem to have too many customers on it, but they do have a couple of masks that are on display.
Are there any masks that look like tiger masks?
Looking at it, there are none that are tiger specific, no. They seem to be molded leather, and some more impish, goblin-y in appearance.
Is there someone working the stand?
There is, yes. You see a woman in her 40s or so, thin, with a big toothy smile. Her hair is pulled back into a tight bun. You can see there's a little bit of her blondish hair starting to gray on the sides around her ears. Read her twist.
Also, I want to address at the top of this, and I'm going to be keeping it in mind. I kind of forgot about it until now. This is a mystery. Mystery! And something to keep in mind for mystery quests and arcs is a rule of threes of if you are giving your players a clue, that is like necessary for them to have, you need to give it to them 3 times. Because the first time, they will miss it. The second time, they will misunderstand it. And the third time is when they will finally piece it together. So I'm curious to see/count the number of times that it appears that Matt delivers clues, especially in retrospect.
Style.
You said this town was like this is like Bahamut kind of town too, or is this
The Bahamut section is far away. That's another section of the city. You are now
Dusk
right.
Meadow.
Yeah, you are on the line between the Dusk Meadow and the Quad Road. So it's Arathis and the Raven Queen.
I'm pulling a mask off the wall. This is
Yeah, man, I really want to do more mystery type stuff. And so I've been researching it. I have not. I think I ran one pretty successfully once recently-ish, but I don't have a long history of running them. So yeah, I've been researching, and that's something that one of my other buddies, who also wants to DM a mystery, said to me once, and I was like, oh my god, so true. I've got it. Kima wasn't Kavarn because she was the Rakshasa. The absolute long con.
It's a beautiful piece. Do you make them yourself, or did they come in?
I make them myself, by hand. Here's the price.
They are quite beautiful.
quite lovely.
We're travelers here. I've never seen a neighborhood like this.
Kima was the dragon and Allura is the Rakshasa.
Is there a festival going on here, or is
Kima's the hag.
this pretty much the basic fare of the day here?
This is the localized festival of the city. If you've been around Vasselheim long enough, you've seen there is a little...
Holy shit, Hans, that would be insane. Also possible, though. I'm way too scared to give players clues unless they're in an explicitly clue search-based environment. I'd much prefer their investigations to involve finding info from conversations and stuff. So it depends on how necessary the thing is, right? Because I generally agree with you, Restay. My current philosophy is it should be 3 separate times in 3 separate mediums. So if it is, say they're in a ball and they're looking for someone, say a Rakshasa that slipped in, say they're looking for this Rakshasa at this ball, I would give 1 clue in conversation. Something, in the party goers, something that they overhear, something that they directly engage with someone about. I would give 1 clue related to the environment. So maybe while all the players are in a different room, there's a large crash and there's a woman that shouts, where did it go? And she relays having seen a tiger-headed man, but it is gone now, implying that the Rakshasa was in this room or is potentially one of the people in that room. And third is, so it's like 1 in conversation, 1 in the environment, potentially 1 through player resources. And by that I mean a spell, a skill check, something around there. So like 1 thing that just happens without them having any sort of input. 1 thing that happens through roleplay, and 1 thing that happens through mechanical interaction. That way you try to just cover all your bases if it's a necessary clue. Now, if it's a clue that would be nice, or a clue that would lead to a shortcut, or maybe a clue that would make a later clue easier to parse, then, those can be, hidden and they can never find them, and that's fine. But if it's a necessary clue that they need to proceed with the investigation, 3 times, 3 different ways is my philosophy.
Interest and celebration, depending on some places, but at least on this line, some people can appreciate the fleetness that is life and grasp it by the roots and make it its own before it's stuffed out.
Here particularly, there seems to be electricity in the air almost. It's very bustling. This is the norm around here.
Consistently. That's why I come and bring my business here.
My brain over-explains, so you make a big amount of info/clues and cut it up. I mean, look, generally whatever works for you. I definitely like the idea of tons and tons of minor clues. It's sort of like the thing that I've talked about of my general encounter balancing is the 1 and 2, like the 1 powerful enemy, the 2 lesser enemies. But I can cut that up really easily. I can turn one of the lesser enemies into like 3 tiny enemies. Or I can, merge one up. Like, you can play around with the ratios. So when it comes to 3 clues, if you can't figure out a way to deliver the clue, like, if you feel like you're going to over-explain, you can cut one of those necessary clues into like 3 smaller, more vague clues. I like keeping with the aspect of 3s, of like, there are 3 clues that they need to solve the mystery. 1 in the intro, 1 in the middle, 1 in the outro, or, 1 at the climax or whatever. And then each of those clues is split apart into 3 different ways that it's delivered. If one of the ways that it's delivered doesn't really make sense or doesn't fit, break that apart into 3 separate ones that are maybe more vague or easy to deliver, but that ultimately add up to this original thing. I try to like break it down in sort of a hierarchy. Again, I don't have a ton of experience with this. This is just my current philosophy. I'm currently swimming in the variety of clues where if they pick up on it, they can get more information on an already sure path. Which, to be fair, I love throwing in clues that they ultimately aren't crucial. Like, those 3 clues, right? Those are necessary, crucial bits of information that they need to solve the mystery. Throw in 5, 6 other clues just scattered around that make everything easier or present a shortcut or maybe gain an ally for the final climax. Like, there are all sorts of optional things that you can do that you can just throw in as long as they're not like necessary towards solving it. I tend to over-plan details in the environment. Do you go into an environment with those clues in mind or try and sprinkle them in depending on what your players interact with? A lot of times I try to make my environmental clues vague. So some sort of incident, like the one that I described of like the woman seeing the Rakshasa. But I don't tie that to a specific room or a specific NPC. Maybe there's a rune carved on the wall, but I don't pick which wall until it feels right and makes sense. So I developed the clues to where they could kind of be slotted into multiple areas and then choose which area to actually deliver the clue in. Yes, cut up bullet points and you can attach them to what your PCs engage with while also having fixed info points. Yeah. And the fixed info is totally fine. I think I generally more go with the fixed info when it comes to their mechanical stuff of like saying they have to make an Arcana check for this. That's generally where I go with the more fixed info side of things. But yeah, I generally have like the, a performer lets like a fucking code word slip or something like that. Or there's like an ally of the Rakshasa that accidentally reveals themselves. But I don't tie that to one specific area. I don't think your shorter stream goal is going to happen since we're almost 3.5 hours into the stream and less than an hour into the episode. Fuck, you're so right. Well, is what it is. If you cut up and feed it, you can use what's really needed, and what seems less relevant can just be put to the side. If your PCs go full investigator, reward them with the rest of the info, sure. A clue could also be pieced together from an investigation, so a mid-arc clue could require piecing together clues as an encounter. Shot in the dark, haven't tried this. No, I totally fucking agree. Samuel, like if we take like the mid-arc clue, like the mid-arc clue, we can break that mid-arc clue down into 3 separate clues. Again, delivered 3 times. But like you're trying to break it down to where it feels right and it could be missed. It could be misinterpreted. But if they, get all of it, piece it all together, it all fits together. Yeah, for sure, right, Tapper?
Wouldn't do very well up north, I'll tell you that. All them,
Yeah, we might have to go up to 1.5. I don't want to go up to 1.5, but I'm going to try it for a sec. We're going to see how it goes.
dragon types, looks you. No offense. All them silver dragon lovers have an issue with things as celebratory.
And, can I pull out 10 gold, and I spread them on her desk?
How many masks?
Oh, none.
Oh, I would like one.
Take your pick.
I slide 1 coin away from the other 9. And then, dragging my finger across those, say, is there anything out of the ordinary these days?
Go make a persuasion roll.
15.
Although it sucks, I don't actually want to speed up this one. Like, this is the speed at which we watch combat, and I'm so much more interested in what's going on right now. I mean, I'm interested in the combat, but I think I'll have a lot more to say about this stuff, but I think we still need to speed it up just to make sure we're not here until midnight. I think, honestly, the reason we've been going so long is because this has been such a more RP-heavy thing. I've also maybe just had more to say. I don't know.
She gives you a look and, like she's trying to read you, looks about left and right, glances at you and looks a little, glances at you and looks really taken aback, and then comes back to you with kind of an escape of comfort.
Watching her, I pull out another 5 and spread them in front of the first 9.
Well, I mean, some businesses here are a bit shady, I won't lie, and there are
Judgments here, madam.
there are some long-standing businesses that have quarrels. Usually they end in small scuffles, or one purchases the other and ousts them from the city. This is one of the few areas in which the more adult pleasures can be found. So there's a lot of money to be had. But recently there's been, at least what I've heard, a series of bodies have turned up. There have been a few found fished out by the bastions in the water trough on the outskirts of the Dusk Meadow.
The bastions, what are they?
Bastions were the guardians of the city. There seem to be...
So this is part of the clue. And this clue, I'm guessing, so it's like, this is my read of what's going on. Could be wrong, but we'll see. There are 3 clues needed to solve this. The first clue, where is the Rakshasa? The second clue, who is the Rakshasa? And I am thinking that there's likely a third clue related to why is the Rakshasa. I'm guessing that will be the actual climax. I think we'll see. I think we're going to be in the middle of figuring out who the Rakshasa is at the end of this episode. And right before the break of next episode, we are going to find out who the Rakshasa is. And then the rest, after the break, next episode, will be determining, we'll be like ultimately resolving the Rakshasa. Who and why are they there? Or it might just be a combat. I don't know. Might just be like a normalized combat. But even what you can see right now, so we're figuring out first, where is the Rakshasa? Where is the Rakshasa, we are being delivered through a conversation. No skill checks needed, you'll notice. Not a persuasion, not a deception, just RP, bribes, conversation, and they are now being delivered the first instance of the clue. There are bodies in the water trough. This could be interpreted in a couple of ways. This could be interpreted as the Rakshasa is making the bodies. And maybe that is the truth. But how this actually leads them to where the Rakshasa is could be interpreted in multiple ways. The Rakshasa could be near the canals. It could be upstream of the canals. And maybe a second clue could be someone in the environment calling out like, canal flooding, get to higher water. And so now you've got 2 clues, bodies in the canal, but also canal flooding. So now you're starting to piece together that, the Rakshasa probably isn't near where the bodies were found. The bodies have been washed down the canal from further upstream. We need to start looking over there. And maybe there's a third clue that talks about a strange man, a lover of women, a drinker of wine, an absolute legendary troubadour that doesn't house his abode anywhere near the canals where the bodies have been being found, but he has been reclusive as of late. Now, if they just found the first clue of bodies in the canal, and they found the second clue, troubadour uptown, they might not be able to piece these together. But then when it comes to the flooding in the environment, suddenly they piece it together. It floods down the canal from uptown. They kill them in uptown, throw them in the canal. They get washed down to here. This is the 3 clues in action. We will see how it gets handled with Matt.
Be consistent. I hear they've been mauled by some sort of strange beast.
Mauled.
Now, beasts on the outside of the city, that I can see, but from the inside, that is the stuff of nightmares, is it not?
Yes, I would agree.
Have you had invaders like this before?
I mean, death is not an uncommon occurrence for certain areas of the city. I'm just kind of gestures off to the...
Get the smaller crazy board. Bro, you know what? Fuck it, let's get a board. I'll make one for this. Let's solve the mystery, dude, because this is being presented as an investigation. This is presented as a mystery. Let's get out the fucking red tape.
Distant temple.
Red
Some people
pinboard.
invite it even. But such violent death like this is usually kept to the outside of the city. Or at least with some sort of cause. This seems to be a murderous rampage that me personally I don't want to go out at night without protection.
Is there any indication of the cause of death on these corpses? How do they find them?
I don't know. I have not investigated. Perhaps you have to ask the Bastions yourself there, or anyone who is in the vicinity.
And can you point us in the right direction?
She kind of looks around and points off, and you can see there isn't a whole lot of a Bastion presence in this portion of the city. And especially since the Bastions are more of a voluntary guard, people that from the different clergies, the different temples, train to become Bastions and kind of fit themselves with whatever their deity's armor is. You do see there are 2 Bastions that are armored in a very dark, kind of black, dark brown leather that carry a symbol of what looks like a silver raven that is embroidered on one shoulder of a cloak that's tossed to one side.
These guys are right here, you're saying?
Yeah, they're across the road about maybe a block up, which is... I believe they're Bastions from the Dusk Meadow. Perhaps you could ask them.
Does she have any masks that look like a raven? A raven mask?
She does actually have one that looks like a raven.
I want that one.
Very well. A good choice. That doesn't quite match the color of your attire, but perhaps I have an outfit that could match for you.
Yeah, we've got it here. Now let me figure out how I want to do this. Ooh. Suspect 1, Kiba. Nailed it. Okay. Let's see, and then let's go into theater mode.
Ooh.
Oh my god, we're going close shopping now.
That's good work.
I see,
Actually, sure, do you have a little cloak? Is that a little cape?
Close it over. There's a cookery about 4 blocks that way on your left.
Thank
They
you.
could probably help you there.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Anyone else would like
I
anything?
notice a serpent-shaped mask on the wall, and I just pick it up and put it on and say, "Thank you, madam. Much obliged," and walk off and clap for you on the shoulder.
You really can. You really, really can put Kiba in every iteration of this. Oh, man. Suspect 3. The guy who fought Grog in the pig. Suspect 5. Megaphone Man! I'm a time traveler. You guys all forgot. It was me the whole time.
Keep walking.
So Tober hangs back a little.
Will Friedel takes off his face and it's just me under there. 6, the bartender at their end. True.
And wait for them to get to the door. And then he looks at the shopkeep and do you have any masks that might fit a little girl?
Yes, of course. Tiny dwarf.
And she kind of goes and she goes and rummages through a small bag and pulls out a mask. This little purple mask that seems to have small fake gems, kind of forming the outside with a couple of ribbons that dangle where it would tie around the head. It's simple, but it's pretty. These, unfortunately, when people bring children to this side of the district, so they don't sell very well. But if you would like,
I mean, they are sort of implying that. What the fuck is this about? Who's the little girl that we're interested in? I'm not interested in a little girl. But what the fuck are they asking about? I'm curious about whether Mega ever figures out any of the situations on CR where someone is actually evil, lying traitor. Oh, we'll see. I should put together a pinboard of all my theories just for a fun little highlight reel, of Kima and Kavar and all that. He's been right every time so far. No, don't clip it, SSH. That's not no.
one, I would be happy to part with it for 2 gold.
1 gold.
1
Persuasion roll.
gold.
18.
Not convincing me on your curse, Will. Curse sounds fake.
1 gold. I guess it's better to settle it than not at all. Here you are. I must say,
Suck it, haters.
and I must say, I won't tell anyone. But purple is a pretty color on you.
Yes, it is. He walks out.
All right. A few moments pass, you wonder where your dwarf.
What the fuck is going on with Will Wheaton? What the shit? Reese, I'm gaslighting him into thinking he isn't right about Kima. Ah! Ah, no. I can never know anything. He hasn't been right a single time. Oh, you know what? Shameless plug that I actually thought about in the bathroom. But shameless plug, in the Discord, there is a CR spoilers chat that I have muted forever. Feel free to talk about any spoilers or anything that you think about what I think about what's going on in the episode. All that convo happens in the Discord, and I did get one of the mods to confirm that people have in fact talked in there because I can't look. How doesn't he do it?
Leader has vanished.
That's the real question. How do I keep not doing it?
Two steps out through the front of the establishment.
How is he always so hard?
Let's go.
Dude, my my wife, Paige, you guys better. Paige has a notoriously terrible sense of direction, and this is not me being rude. It is statistically abnormal how bad it is. Where it is not like she is picking randomly. She is consistently, like 80 to 90% of the time, picking the opposite way, to the point where when we were in Europe, our initial thoughts were if she told us to go left, I checked on the map to see if it was right. Like, she can't tell her left from right. Not even that. Anytime we go south, we actually need to go north. Anytime she says west, it's actually east. It is like she has the magnetic polarity thing, like a pigeon in her brain, but it's set backwards. It's like been reversed somehow. It is truly an impeccable sense of direction. She just says the opposite every time. It's probably the best sense of direction I've ever seen. Sun rises in the west, so that way. Oh god, I know this. My directions are so bad. It's always opposite bay. Oh, I'm behind Lamau out of context dwarf screen. Oh no, Samuel, oh no.
Great. Does everybody? Do you have potions? Are your potions? Are we good on items? Are you good on items, Torbjörn?
Should probably have asked her if I could reveal that. It's fine. She might be watching. Paige, if you're watching, comment if that was okay.
I'm all right. Are you all right?
I'm just fine.
Oh, she gave me
We're
a
in a
thumbs
rush.
up. Okay.
It's easy. How do you come by potions in this town?
Do I know the answer to that?
You do. They're either provided, from some of your experience, by the Slayer's Take, but those are usually offered at the start of the contract. The fact that they weren't offered on this means either they don't have any currently at their disposal, or they felt that this contract probably wouldn't require the construct of this group being set out. Other than that, they are a little hard to come by. A lot of them are controlled by the main temples and are pretty much given straight to the bastions. There aren't a lot of individuals that are in need of them within the city, and those that travel out are either members of the Slayer's Take or members of the Bastion Force in general. So they're a little hard to come by in this town.
I think that if we're going to find them anywhere, it might be around here.
I'm gonna keep it probably at this size most of the time, and then if we need to note the map. Oh, that did not work at all. Well, hey, that works. All right, cool. She's never on Shanghai Nude taught me sunrise and sunset directions. She's never on the same page. Ha!
Might be we can take some through trade. Maybe some might fall off a bastion or two.
Well, let's go talk to one then, shall we?
I thought that's what we're doing. Are we going to the two bastions over there or what?
Yes.
Yes. Cash off.
Good. One other thing you need to know about them, they're horribly paid, so money talks with these people.
Very well.
As he goes ahead, I kind of keep up my pace to trail behind him a little bit.
Wonderful.
My hood goes up and I'm gone.
All right. As you guys step across the way, it's about a block up. One of them is partially inside the alley between two of the buildings. You can see he has one hand up on the wall and the other down. One of them is relieving himself on the side of the building while the other is kind of keeping watch, arms crossed, kind of looking out across the road. The one that's immediately present, or before you can see, is human, kind of a scruffy brown beard around the edge of the chin. The hair itself is cut very short and a little heavier in appearance, probably muscle, little layer of winter padding, but the black leather armor definitely gives you the appearance of somebody who's a bastion of the Raven Queen. As you approach, the hooded elf, the dwarf walking with the giant axe, and the...
Thank you, Riste. I like that description. Also, oh my gosh, I haven't even showed this off yet. This is the new drawing software that I'm using. So I found that very cool one called Cytoscape that I still do recommend in general. However, it only got me part of what I wanted, where I could have the two loops. But the loops, I couldn't really like define how they looked. They looked just like okay. This software, it's called Exaladraw. I'm using the plugin within Obsidian, which is the thing that I've been using lately for note taking. But this also is just like a standalone product. It allows you to connect lines between the circles, and the lines will just stay in the relative position that you put them on. So I can attach two lines like this and even a line like that and like that. And they will all stay in the same relative position to each other, no matter how they're oriented. Isn't that so sick? How good is it at drawing dicks? Your dicks will always be in the same relative position from each other. You can look at them no matter what angle you're at. But yeah, isn't that so rad? So, while I did love Cytoscape, and I do still think that Cytoscape is like a good drawing software, especially for me, this is a little bit better, and it's a little bit more user-friendly than Cytoscape. Like, while Cytoscape had the functionality, the UX was a little whereas this UX is much, much better. Dick relativity, yes, exactly.
Bubbling Dragonborn, the human cleric with a very angry disposition, and the awkward half-elf druid stepping in pace with him. He gives you all a cursory look and immediately puts a hand to the side where you can see there's a rapier currently sheathed.
The program is Exaladraw. So it's like Exaladraw. Like this. I wanted to make sure I spelled it right. Exaladraw. Yeah, and it has just like, it has a web interface. And it is totally open source. So it's not like Lucid Charts, which Lucid Charts is dope. Don't get me wrong. But with Lucid Charts, you have a certain like object limit within a particular project, and you have a project limit unless you pay for it. Exaladraw doesn't have anything like that. You can also live collaborate on it. So it's probably what I'm going to use for future collabs where we draw stuff, like we did in DM Live with the Quiet Year. I'll probably be using this for that going forward. So yeah, and you can also define your own like custom object library. Exaladraw, #ad, #sponsor. Dude, I've said it before. I really want to do ads for things I actually use, like World Anvil. But you guys will, I will make it so clear it's an ad. I will make it so clear. I hate advertising. I don't hate it, but I hate scummy advertising. Popping in to say hello. What's up? I've got a cold and dealing with that tonight. We'll watch the stream tomorrow. Hell yeah, John. Yeah, you get your rest, get your sickness taken care of. Your health is the most important thing. That's what you guys all told me when I was sick. So yeah, get your head right, get your throat right. And I'll see you during this tomorrow, but just later in general.
Aye, you walk with purpose.
You walk for the guild.
Slayer's take it is.
It is.
What business have you in this side of town then? Aren't you supposed to be out past the walls killing creatures and such?
Our business takes us where our business takes us. Our business brings us here today.
All right, then what's your business?
You might be having some trouble.
Aye?
What might be what's causing you trouble and what's going to get us out of here might be the same thing.
The gentleman to the left of him finishes shaking off the rest of his alleyway journey.
Any more than twice and you're just playing with it, pal.
Turns around, kind of throws his tunic over. Excuse me. It's official Bastion business. Anyway, and he kind of nods over to the bearded gentleman who's looking at you. There are certain bits of business that are official in this town. I don't know how honestly right it is to be talking with common folk or even the guild who does what it's like.
I'm sorry. You're not talking to common folk.
He wants money.
I know what he wants.
Well, then give it to him so we can get out of here.
I'm circling around.
Stuff.
31.
Oh my
I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna ask you to go ahead and you can choose if you want to go persuasion or intimidation on this. You're writing that line.
I'm equally bad at both of them, so I think, but I think that Torbeer wants to go intimidation. I'm gonna give that a try. Ha! There it is! Clay?
No.
What's the exact opposite?
You know, I've heard about it for so long.
I know, right? It's like you can't believe that it's a real thing. You're actually there.
Everybody talks about spontaneous combustion, but I never
believe it, right?
It's just a canobule of a drum seat.
I just feel like this is. I mean, it's silly. It's so silly to copy to do this.
Die shame.
Yeah, but all right. So
Naughty.
yep. So
I don't know what ancient Aztec deities faced when you were a child, but man. All right, so as you lean,
please let.
All right, I have to feel like it can't be so common that we can't think about it mentally, right? It's 1 on the Wheaton counter. We've got 1. I can just scroll. I'm not gonna add an on-screen element. I shouldn't, right? I shouldn't. I don't want it to be cluttered.
Just let me step into a bucket. Please let me step.
We'll get to that. As you lean forward, forcing your presence upon this bastion, his hand still holding the edge of his rapier, he steps forward into you to the point where you're almost forehead to forehead.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I have to lean
Fight. Kiss.
down to reach your level. But if you're going to go about asking questions and not offering proper compensation for information, well then, I think we have no business here.
If it's compensation you're looking for, let's just speak plain. And pull out 4 gold.
And, well, he has their attention. I'm going to check out his pockets.
Oh,
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Ooh, that's not going to use luck.
Second luck point.
That's better. That's all right. Perception, you said 28.
28.
Take a shot.
Taking a moment as you kind of sneak up behind the one he's talking to. Like the two guys are kind of shoulder to shoulder, squaring off with the rest of this group.
Yes.
The one that had
It is 1 out of 3 so far, and one of the other 2 rolls was a 2. So we'll see.
been relieving himself in the alleyway, he was a little bit closer to you. You can see as he kind of put his tunic right and everything, he jostled around and he revealed a couple of small pouches on his side, one of which you heard the clinking of glass on the inside. Go ahead and make a sleight of hand check.
Sleight of hand.
Clinking of glass.
Go, Rogue, go.
Because I'm wearing a cloak of elven kind, which I know affects stealth checks, but not
Not
sleight of hand.
no.
All right, that's all right.
It's pure
20.
20. All right. You reach over and find the edge of the leather loop that attaches itself to the side of this bastion's belt. You tug ever so gently to the side, the loop releases, and you pull it off, seemingly without any noticing. As you pull out the 4 gold, the bastion kind of looks at it, scoffs, and goes, "Really, a piddling fee for this? What's to make me think that you aren't actually part of this murder scheme? You just walk up and try and start asking questions like this. First off, where'd you hear about it? Second,
bag of broken glass. That's funny. Oh man, I want to put that on one of my NPCs now.
the kind that would go ahead and maul in folks in the streets, do you not, Sir Dwarf? You got the eyes of one who's probably done a few dark deeds.
Oh, I have. More than you can imagine.
Explain to me why we shouldn't take him for questioning right now, and he pulls his rapier out.
Hold on, everybody calm down. Hi, I'm Tiberius Stormwind. My friend told me he didn't mean to offend, of course. You just were essentially...
The blade whoosh, up towards your face, and he says,
Look, Dragon Man, I was talking to the dwarf. You, I have no business with at the moment. Whoosh. So, you've got 10 seconds before we take you in.
I reach into my pocket and, sort of rattle my coins around a little bit. Maybe I could buy us some time and drop 10 gold out into my other hand.
Give me a persuasion roll.
1! No, that's funny, I rolled a 3 on this time. Yeah, so that's gonna be a 6. Guys, I think we're fighting the bastions. I feel like maybe it's going that way.
Do you roll 1?
I roll 1. So,
You all have really low self-confidence.
pushing forward the coins in a semi-awkward, forceful manner, the Bastion himself also seems to be caught off guard and looks down and looks about, realizing that now it looks like you are visibly
A 2 and a 3.
out in the open, paying money to the Bastions, and he kind of looks backward. Oh, quick, don't stand out in public, do it! And he kind of pulls you all off into the alleyway to the side of the complex, out of the middle of the area, the shade between the buildings. He reaches over, takes the coins from your hand, and kind of hurries them into a pocket, says,
That's true. The one time that he really needed it, Riste. I mean, and this is okay. This is when I talk about like more rolling is more chaos, right? More rolling is more chaos. This is a great example of like what was Matt rolling? Like it's not like Will was making a deception check. There's no real like contested check that even like comes to mind for like what that roll could have been for against like persuasion. But like if you roll more, it is more likely that you will get these like chaotic type of results, which is okay. It can lead to funny instances where people do poorly, but it still works out. Yeah, and he just gives it to him. 1 out of 4 rolls have been a 4 or above for Will. Yeah, that's a yikes, Sam. So it's and this is what I talk about with like the tones. If you want a more chaotic tone at your table where like sometimes things just fucking work even if you do them poorly. More roll, and just in general, if you want an action to maybe be able to have that, more rolling is good for that. And if you don't want that chaos, or you don't want someone to be able to succeed even if they do it really poorly, then you want to go towards less rolling. I think the roll was a random personality check of willingness to be bribed or malleability to submission to charisma. Yeah, fair. Yeah, that's a good way to probably categorize it. But your point still stands. It does make it more swingy. Yeah. Because it can also go very easily the other way of you have someone that is really consistently good. Say a rogue who has a +12 in deception, and they roll a 2, and their opponent, probably wouldn't have been a very high DC. Maybe would have been like a DC 10. Like this person is pretty easy to be deceived, but they just so happen to roll an 18. It can also very easily swing the other way. So it really depends on what you're going for, not only with the tone at your table, but the tone of this specific session, arc, situation. I mean, you can really, as you get more, to be more of an expert in DMing, which I know you all will. And I know I will someday because I'm not. But as you get more into that, you can start playing with how often you require rolls to mold tones that you're going for in any given moment.
All right, look. I'll tell you what we know. But if you're going to be messing around with this investigation, I ask that you don't let anyone know that you spoke with us. This is all on your own. And if you do say anything, we'll deny it, and we'll make sure to put you and the oubliette yourself for this. All right?
Fair enough.
I mean, reliable top persuasion rolls. Yeah, I mean, I'm very much the type of DM that will modify DCs based on flavor. And that's going to be a high DC, Samuel. I'll tell you that.
All right.
Now, we have found a series of bodies.
Like, it's mostly depending on how much they try. It's if they are actually putting an effort to the flavor, I'm gonna, be more realistic. If they're fucking around, they're gonna find out.
Over the past few years, scattered about, a few months at a time between, all with a similar pattern of death to them. We found large portions.
Oh, I mean, true as well. If there is no chance that they can succeed, yeah, then a roll certainly shouldn't be asked for. Which is part of, I mean, and that is like raw D&D, how it goes, whatever. But there's also a certain meta expectation of sometimes you want them to think something was possible, which can be a little bit tricky on how to sort of handle. Like, that's sort of the lie, cheat, and steal sort of thing where, like, you know, it's not illegal if you don't get caught. It's not okay to ask for a roll even when they can't succeed, as long as they never know that you're doing that. As long as they don't know, it's perfectly okay to do. But and it's not even like, oh, they found out you're doing something naughty. It's the illusion has to be maintained. Like, they have to be able to buy into the kayfabe. It's the same thing with fudging. You can fudge every single roll you ever make. If your players never suspect, it means the game is going well, and you're fudging into okay values. Like, you can literally never have to roll. You never have to look at your dice. If you are picking values during your fudging that are convincing enough to where the players never know the difference, you're doing a great job. Congratulations. So, that's where I come to with fudging, with asking for rolls, with generally lying to your players. Is it's not just bad if they find out because now they've found out you're being naughty. It's bad because you've been bad at it. You weren't naughty. You weren't proficiently naughty. You know? You have to keep up the kayfabe.
Meaty portions of the body have been torn away, some of them apparently eaten.
But what DM I rolled before you asked it? Yeah, big classic of I rolled before you asked for a roll and I got a fucking 32. Give me something good.
There are marks that are indicative of some sort of beast ravaging the corpses, but no signs of...
Also, if you guys don't know the word that I've been using, I just realized that it might not be totally known. Oh, wait, no, not kayfabe. Kayfabe. Oh, no E. Interesting. Kayfabe is a wrestling term, a professional wrestling term, that goes towards the idea that everyone knows it's fake. Like, have you ever talked to someone who's into professional wrestling? I've dabbled. You're like, oh, you know professional wrestling's fake, right? It's like, yeah. Obviously, we all know it's fake. That's part of the point. Kayfabe is the fiction of it. Kayfabe is the idea that it is more fun to watch professional wrestling and pretend that it's real rather than looking at it and being like, huh, that guy doesn't even not like that other guy. I bet they're actually friends outside of this. Like, that's fucking lame. Like, like, sure, you're right, but you're not fun at parties, Chris. You know, like, it's, you present the stage performance as if it is authentic, even though you obviously know it's not. All right. When my players have been very good and have never rolled before I've asked yet, we give a nice golf clap. We give a nice opera clap. We give some snaps. Hilariously, I learned kayfabe the other day from someone else coincidentally also talking about CR. There you fucking go. I would say it applies perfectly to CR. I don't believe CR is scripted. All right? I want to put that out there very plainly, very bluntly. I don't think CR is scripted. I don't think Dimension 20 is scripted. I have made a video about how I think that there are certain pressures that come from making an actual play that do maybe lead the players in some directions, but I don't think it's scripted. However, where's the fun in thinking that it is? Like, let's pretend that definitive proof came out, like we found the scripts. Are you gonna watch it thinking that? It's way more fun and way more interesting to just pretend it's not. Like, yeah, maybe we all know how the sausage gets made, but I like to close my eyes because it's a more enjoyable experience. It's suspension of disbeliefs with extra steps and extra reach, sort of. Yeah, I mean, and I'm sort of using it wrong, but I'm also sort of using it right. by a strict definition, kayfabe actually refers to the performers. So the performers, you will often hear reference to, like, there's the aspect of like breaking character, but in professional wrestling, you'll hear the term breaking kayfabe, and that is when like a heel like drops the act like on stage, and it's like really like not a good thing to do. Like breaking kayfabe is seen as like kind of shitty. And same thing if like a face like all of a sudden like acts really shitty. Now obviously could be like a face heel turning. And so sometimes you'll see like a heel turn in that people will say was breaking kayfabe because the wrestler's just a bad actor. Whereas suspension of disbelief is sort of on the opposite end, where like it's sort of the opposite end of kayfabe. Of like kayfabe is for the performers, suspension of disbelief is for the audience. However, colloquially, so like that's like the strict definition. Colloquially, kayfabe is like meant to refer to like the whole bubble, right? Like you are in the kayfabe. The performers and the audience are all in on it, right? We're all working together to preserve the kayfabe, right? I think that's more how I've ever seen it used colloquially, even though that's not maybe the strict thing. Spoiler alert, most movies, TV shows, and books are fake as well. What? No! Yeah, I mean, it's a slightly different concept of when you read fiction, that is suspending disbelief of like, oh, this could never really happen, right? Kayfabe is seeing something that is theoretically possible, but you know that it's not what's actually happening, but you pretend that it is really happening. So that's why it's like kind of a wrestling specific term that has like other applications of like, yeah, like in the wrestling ring, like those things could really be happening. Like they could really be doing those things very seriously and not fakely to each other. But they're not. And we all know that they aren't, but we pretend that they are despite knowing that they're not because it's more fun. You know? So it's an interesting kind of concept that I think applies in a lot of ways. It's gaslighting's cooler sibling who smokes pot. Yeah, kinda. That's fair. I will say, knowing something is improv has a different feel to knowing something is scripted, which I'm also 100% sure CRD20 isn't. Knowing that the goofy stuff isn't off the cuff would actually kind of hurt the experience for me. That's totally fair. I don't want to make a generic... I don't want to say that the experience would be as good if it was scripted, but imagine for a moment that it is. It would be a worse product. And, like, I think it could be said that wrestling might be a more interesting and engaging product if they were actually doing that shit to each other and if they actually felt that way. But that shit ain't sustainable, right? Like, you cannot be doing the shit that they are doing to each other. I mean, even the shit that they do to each other, professional wrestling is incredibly impressive. They are incredible physical specimens. And it still fucks up their bodies. Now imagine if they weren't all in on it. Like, you know, you would just have people washing out of the sport or fucking getting medically DQ'd every other day. So it definitely is different situations, but even in the situation where CR was scripted, it would probably still be more fun and more interesting to just pretend it wasn't. Right? Like there's kind of like 3 levels of the content. It being real, it being fake, and it being fake but you pretend that it's real. Right? That's kind of the general concept of kayfabe.
Beast coming or going. We've had many of the finest trackers looking for any sort of sign of a creature that may have found its way into the city, living in the rooftops,
I don't even remember why I started talking about kayfabe.
to the gutters, perhaps even the sewers. No sign of any such creature traveling amongst.
You know what's a great kayfabe? Will Wheaton's curse. Will Wheaton's curse is a delightful example of kayfabe because obviously he's not cursed. We all know that he is clearly not cursed, but it's like kind of fun to pretend that he is and to like count it up and like treat it as if it's serious, right?
Any of these scenes. Now, all the bodies must have been found wrapped up and discarded in the canals. A lot of them surrounding the abundant terrace. Let's see here.
Okay.
Looking at the rest of you. That's where Melora's eyes watchful. Now, what's really got us confused as of late is the most recent murder we found was a very powerful merchant lord from Moncarel. One that's been in the city for no more than a month. And he's well known in these parts as bringing in a lot of business. His caravans come through via various sky ships, and he brings with himself an influx of much-needed mercantile in the city.
What's his name?
Not allowed to say.
You're not allowed to say?
The merchant's name is Tyrrell, but you...
What?
Tyrrell. Lord Tyrrell. Don't... If you say any of this to any of our people, I swear I'll make your life the hardest it's been in months. And from the looks of you, you've all had a very, very hard few months.
Oh.
Lord Tyrrell's body was found, but apparently during the murder. We had one beggar that apparently caught sight of this. The murderer, best we can tell, was some sort of lycanthrope. The beggar was babbling, but it seemed there was some sort of a wolf-like creature. It was seen bipedal, walking like a man, but tore this man right through the throat, most of its chest. But when spotted, didn't run, just vanished. Disappeared. No longer in his sight.
Oh my god. Okay, like actually kind of how does he do it? That's almost like verbatim what I talked about at the party of like, oh, someone saw it and then it vanished. Damn, how does he do it? Supposedly the murderer, but vanished. Oh man, how does he do it? Oh man, okay. Interesting. Wrapped up. Food merchant. Okay. We're building out a little bit of a web. We got some options.
No tracks left behind. Just gone. You don't know if it's some sort of angry poltergeist ghost. But the last place he was staying was at a recent establishment. Only been here a couple of years. Referred to as the Velvet Cabaret. The Velvet Cabaret is a very high-end place.
I know it well.
You do. It gives you a look of...
I've heard about it from somewhere else.
Scanlan? Have you been talking to Scanlan?
I don't see Kima. Look, man, I'll add Kima when she becomes relevant. You guys are too blinded. You guys are too biased. Kima fits in, but you have to wait for it. She's everywhere. And if you get too focused, you'll lose sight of the Kima through the trees.
He's all...
Don't know who that is, don't shut up.
He likes... Oh. Okay, it's weird. So, okay,
Now, based on the fact that the Lord had been staying at the Velvet Cabaret for some time, and we were feeling pretty close to possibly finding the source of these murders, our Bastion force from the Dust Meadow worked with the Quad Roads, and we actually raided it. Found nothing. Nothing with the patrons, no sign of any sort of foul play. We were forced to leave empty-handed. That's all we've got.
I have a question about the bodies. Have you seen them?
I've only seen the most recent. The rest I've just heard of.
Is there anything similar with them? Are they all men? Are they all women? Are they children?
No children. Most of them seem to be well-off-to-do folk. Dressed well.
Wealthy men and women. And you say you've searched everywhere, including the catacombs.
Well, the catacombs themselves are seared off. We've asked around, and there's been no sign of movement around. And God forbid anyone stays in those places. That's a nasty place to be staying.
It is indeed.
is there a way that the Bastions could organize some kind of gathering of sorts, perhaps a mandatory town meeting where all would have to gather for maybe an announcement or something official?
All the Bastions? That's near impossible. The city's scattered politically enough as it is. I mean, we can be rallied whenever there's some sort of a force coming against the city. When it comes to nothing for any particular reason, just the investigators take care of it themselves.
He serves the Raven Queen, right? He's got the Raven Queen patch on him?
Yep.
This part of town, death isn't the worst thing in the world.
No.
Lots of planes other than ours. Might be you're a little bit closer to them than some of the rest of us are. We're underneath the mountain. You wouldn't happen to know about anyone
You'll have to show us the corkboard at the end of the next episode in detail, yeah.
performing any rituals or maybe opening up lines of communication that may have been invaded, disturbed.
I certainly hope not. Any sort of communion rituals are sanctified and held within the actual temple to the Raven Queen itself. If anyone's doing any business, there's a very watchful eye over the city. Anything that's unsanctioned, I can guarantee you we'll know about it.
See, and I love this conversation where they're delivering these clues. You can already see. So, I mean, the first delivery, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. This intro clue, where is the Rakshasa, also is being mixed in with a little bit of the second clue of who is the Rakshasa, which is totally fine. Mix and match those clues however you want in whatever order you want. Just make sure that you have a higher concentration of one over the other. That way they feel like more progress is being made. That is another thing that I found is you, in mysteries, especially in TTRPG mysteries, in my research that I did, you have to give the players semi-consistent wins. So, like, say that there are, the 3 clues. You don't want to evenly sprinkle out clues for all 3, where these 3 clues are going to take them 2 sessions to gather all of it. You can sprinkle out sessions clues for 2 of them, but you want to focus on 1 at a time. So it's like, maybe like a 3-to-1 ratio. Who knows? That way they get some wins, they get some momentum, some progress. I say Mega open next stream wearing a deer stalker and smoking a pipe, presumably over a noir jazzy music. Dude, I would love to have more costumes and set pieces. Talk about if I don't want to be too, presumptuous, but if I were to ever be able to go full time, I would love to be able to do Germa style, like, costume bits. Oh, that's like one of my dreams. But yeah, I love this. So you had the person that they just RP'd, and she told them about the murders by the beast in the canal. Then they're talking to these people, and these people, they had to use mechanics. They had to use persuasion checks. They had to expend resources and interact with mechanics in order to get information out of them. And they're getting a lot of information. They're getting more information about this stuff, but it could easily be misinterpreted. And they're getting a small clue, a small piece of who the Rakshasa is. The Lycan wolf supposedly is the murderer, but vanished. Is it a ghost? Right? So you can even see just in the distribution of this is all about who the Rakshasa is down here. And this is all about where the Rakshasa is. Right? At least generally. Maybe you could argue that, like, maybe this is maybe about who it is, like the fact of like who it targeted. And maybe, but I think this is more location, like the Velvet Cabaret, that's giving them a direct location, right? So these clues are all very clearly related to clue number 1. And you can already see when we talked about having, like, clue number 1, where is the Rakshasa? And I was saying that this is probably split into 3 things. Murders by beast in the canal. The canal's flooding, and there's this person from Uptown. We get the person from Uptown, the highfalutin merchant. It's not actually related to, the direct identity of the Rakshasa, but maybe it is. Maybe Tyrell, or Trill, I don't remember his name. I wrote it down as Tyrell, and I'm definitely sure that that's not right. Maybe Tyrell is the Rakshasa. Like, maybe this... So we're getting a person that has a place of residence. That is location information. So now, all we need is what ties together the canal and the Velvet Cabaret. What ties these things together? But you can also see that, so we had the 3, we're on clue number 1 of where is the Rakshasa. This was split into 3 things. Murders in the canal, notable person, and something we don't know yet. But murders in the canal was split into 3 things. Near the abundant terrace, no children, all adults. wrapped up. Like, you see that these all kind of branch down. So you're not hitting them with 20 unconnected clues, right? You are sort of hitting them with like a hierarchy of clues, where you have your 3 clues, your base clue, where is the Rakshasa? Then you have 3 clues splintering off of that. You have 3 sub-clues splintering off of those. It's this nice little hierarchical diagram to give them focus when they're going through this. You always want to make sure that they don't lose focus, they don't lose motivation. And presenting them in this sort of webbed, hierarchical way can keep motivation. They have something to go towards. They don't have this just disconnected jumble of info. However, this is just how you should organize it, not necessarily how you have to deliver it. So when we talked earlier about flooding them with small clues, maybe they never talked to the person. Maybe they never talked to these guards and they don't know about the murders by the beast in the canal, but they just hear that there's something happening near Abundant Tree. They hear that there are a bunch of murders of adults only, no children. They don't know that they're by the canal yet. So even if you set up this hierarchical relationship, even better. Because now that you have the hierarchical relationship, you can start almost presenting them with deductions, right? If they get all 3 of the sub-clues that make up this top-level clue, you can just off rip, just out of nowhere, you can say either to someone who has a high passive insight, or just to the table, you can say, hey, make a group insight check. If they've gathered all 3 of the clues that form the upper clue, right? Like, you can push them through that. Or you can provide them with like a very obvious environmental tell. Now that they've found the sub-clues, if they're just not figuring it out and they're stuck. But I really, really like having this hierarchical design. Because it really shows you as a DM kind of the pipelines, even if you're giving them all out of order and all out of whack.
May we seek audience with this Raven Queen?
I mean, she's like a goddess.
Oh, she's not like here?
She's not like a queen, she's like a
Like
goddess.
a queen?
Yeah.
And I'm also not sure I don't think the Raven Queen has anything to do with anything. Like, I don't think the Raven Queen has anything to do with all this.
You can see the two bastions are kind of looking at each other with an expression of, really?
We're new around here.
Listen, we've talked long enough.
I
We've got to
guess
get back to our
maybe.
posts.
Oh, wait. You mentioned investigators?
No, there are different people assigned to investigate, and we were part of the team that was sent as part of the investigation raid on the Velvet Cabaret.
So it's not like a group of people, it's just you're an investigator today, kind of
That's
thing?
part of what we do as bastions, aye.
Gotcha. Is there anyone else a part of the investigation team that you think would be good to talk to?
I wouldn't have any information about what we do, no. We
Can I do an
informed
insight
amongst
check on him
ourselves.
and make sure he's been, like,
Yeah, go for it.
forefront? 23.
He seems forthright enough. He seems impatient and a little flustered with the fact that you've been pushing these questions to him, but he doesn't seem to be trying to cover anything necessarily.
Did he tell us where they found them? I didn't write this down, so.
Near Abundant Terrace.
Can you?
And Lord Tyrrell factored in how?
Can you tell us?
Lord Tyrrell was the last
Tell us where you found the body of the
Aye.
merchant lord.
Have we heard of him
The
before?
body was found on the side alley to the Velvet Cabaret.
And you said wrapped up? Or just the ones in the river were wrapped up?
The ones that were found in the river, they were wrapped up in blankets. Whatever put them aside was not some beast that threw it. There was some intelligence to this. They were placed deliberately, which means don't think there's just one thing doing this.
Were the blankets the same or were they all different?
They seem to be different. Some were just scattered cloth, some were tattered sheets, some were bolts of fine material. It really varied. There was no pattern to it.
And were you able to see, was anything missing from Lord Tyrrell?
Nothing more than his throat, his trachea.
We pumped these guys for all they got.
Yeah.
You're all right. Sorry about that.
It's all right. Just maybe offer a little more coin up front next time. Be well. If you hear anything, funny information, come straight to us. Don't be getting to official business. Now, you're sanctified as a slayer, but don't make us look bad. Making a step around you guys and back out into the main street.
Velvet Cabaret.
No,
So, it's close.
So, we know that this guy, while we walk there, I was talking, we know that this guy is a demon from the Nine Hells, and so he seems to be targeting wealthy people. Do you think these are people that he tried to get under his control, under his servitude, and it didn't go his way, so he ended up killing them?
Folk don't go into the Velvet Cabaret unless they got a lot of coin. Someone like Lord Tyrrell. Do we know anything about him? Does his name ring any bells for us at all?
Yeah.
Roll history check.
Oh boy.
No.
It happened again!
There's no way.
Precedent. You're the nega Percy right now.
Impressive. 15 history check.
I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you.
This is impressive.
Right?
It's impressive.
You think it isn't real? You think it's a thing I make?
You think it isn't real? You think it isn't real? That's a 2.
Jokes about.
Wow.
You take a moment to conjecture where you may have heard the name. What was the name again?
From Battlestar Galactica. What was his name? Adama.
You want to roll
Adama.
It's your roll here.
I did want to find muffins right
All right.
now.
20?
D20, add your history modifier.
Add my history.
I need to wait
20.
to see how to...
So total 20.
Total of 20.
Yeah.
All right. You've heard of the city of Ank'Harel. It's a desert city from a long ways away, but you aren't specifically aware of this individual. You, however, Kashaw, you know that Lord Tyrell has come through
Oh, I spelled it right. It's just pronounced differently. All right.
this city a few times in the past year or so. You've only been here for a short time yourself, but in the time that you've been here, you've heard tales of this large caravan that comes through. It is a parade. He usually brings with him a good 12, 13 different carts that contain all sorts of jewels and materials and tapestries and fine silks and it's almost a small party whenever this long walking caravan is brought to the city. So you are aware of this individual and kind of surprised that the death has been kept so hush hush.
And are there rumors about him bringing in anything else, anything illicit, or is it kind of what you see is what you get?
As far as you know, no information that has caught your ear per se.
Okay.
But the fact that he's staying in this district, who knows?
Folks tend to stay. Let me try that again. Folk tend to stay with their own class. These victims are all wealthy folk. And they seem to have the Velvet Cabaret in common.
They said that the guard's theory is that because of this, or no, because they were wrapped up in blankets and placed deliberately, their theory was that murders were not committed by just one person. But this is guard theory, or not guard, bastion. Bastion theory. Huh. Can put that in there and there, and then put this over here so that we can connect it between these two. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that seems weird in the context of them hunting this Rakshasa. I don't know why they think that. Is it because the murders all happened so close to each other? So, like, they think that it couldn't have been in these, like, 2 separate locales? It's kind of weird.
It's very likely that we're dealing with somebody who's rich and powerful.
What does a demon need money for?
Who says he's after money?
Seems to be after power.
Tyrell was passing through. I wonder how many people would notice him gone here in Vasselheim.
Sure, quite a few.
And it seems like it's no secret when he comes to town.
It was a party every time he showed up.
And according to the guards, these murders have been going on the past few years. So it seems like whatever we're dealing with might have time to plan ahead. If he's been aware of the past few times that Tyrell has come through the town, and could possibly know the next time he's coming through.
And if we could pinpoint when it actually started, like, we know years, but actually when, then we can actually narrow it down to the establishments and other things that were established then.
Would there be a place where we could inquire as to some sort of ledger, like when this guy comes in, and with the intention of trying to correlate it with when different murders have happened? Actually, I take that back. Torby doesn't think that deeply. That's not the thing.
Maybe the beast felt more feral while the wrapped bodies felt more domestic. I think that is something of what they said. I think you're right, Riste, of they were just pretty sure that the Lycan couldn't have done it. So it seems like different parties. Yeah.
He wants to do. That sounds like a lot of thinking and not a lot of hitting things.
For all we know, this killer could be hiding in plain sight at the cabaret. Could be an employee there.
Or the owner himself.
How long ago did the dwarves say, or how long ago did the Bastion say that they raided the Velvet Cabaret?
It was a month ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it was a few weeks back when the murder occurred, yeah.
So here's my question. Do you think he would stick around after it was raided? Or do you think he'd move on?
The thing is vanishing upon sight.
And gotten away with it for the last 2 or 3 years. I don't think he cares much anymore.
My
Let's
question
start
is,
there.
we have 3 days. Cabaret is the only lead we have.
Well, I think it's
How
3
would we
days.
draw this person, he or she?
This is a really interesting thing that I'm very curious to see how Matt polices, because it's very difficult to, unless you've established how time passes in regards to travel within a specific city. already, it can be really hard to start enforcing time. But you have to enforce time on a timed investigation like this. Like, you have to enforce how long certain actions take, especially outside of combat, like traveling around the city. So I'm very curious to how Matt introduces this, because he's never taken the time to really go into how time travels within their movements in Vasselheim, which is fair. It never came off to me as weird that he didn't do that. But now that he hasn't, it's I don't know how he's going to introduce it. Because he'll have to. Especially with, as they just said, they have 3 days. The fact that there's a timeline means the timeline needs to be enforced. So we'll see.
Out.
Yeah, I believe it's 3 days once the...
No, we have 3 days to
just
tolerate.
3 days. We just have 3 days.
Yep, 3 days to complete the
could
contract.
pose as
Means
merchants or
slaying the
and
entity that you're
business.
contracted
We
to.
don't
I was going to say that you look like a man who knows wealth.
Yes.
I've spent time with Will.
Well, I never have, so I would think maybe if you were a merchant coming into town, very wealthy, looking for some adult entertainment, might be a way to bring him out into the forefront.
Ooh, I agree. I cast Alter Self on myself and turn myself into elf.
All right.
You're half elf, right?
Half elf.
So I'll turn into half elf.
All
and
right.
like akin to
Look regal. A regal looking half.
highborn half elf.
All right. Fair enough. And even in comparison to Vax, your attire is very nice.
Does this mean I should go change clothes?
You were going to go shopping.
I was.
I mean, okay.
Thank you.
Let's go. I jingle what gold I have in a pouch in front of Keelat's face and say, let's go shopping. Come on.
Okay.
All right.
Shopping montage.
As you guys go out to
Dressing
shop
sequence.
Another.
for better-looking, well-to-do attire, I will go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break.
Oh, yes.
Return here, and as you guys continue to the next step of your hunt for the Rakshasa.
Oh, Kirill! That's, I just remembered.
I just remembered his name! I just remembered.
What a silly thing to forget.
Didn't even think of organizing notes like this, going to steal it? Hell yeah, brother. Not to simp for Obsidian, but I've been really into Obsidian lately. So this is my Obsidian vault, which I don't want to narc too much on myself, so I won't show too much. But like you have like various things that you can have, like various articles. So like I have an article on Unity, I have an article on web application development. In more of the personal life, I have like a mental health folder about like my ADHD and my depression. I have well, eventually I'll have a fitness folder. It's empty for now. But like I have things about dog training, whatever. So if I go into one of these, so like I'll go into custom coding for Obsidian. So in this internal Obsidian projects, I have this cross-reference right here to all of these projects should reference custom coding for Obsidian. And this is a different article that I have within the vault. So if I tap this, it just goes to the next one. This one references Obsidian. Actually, and I actually have articles for DataView and DataView.js now. So I actually am going to update this. DataView and DataView.js and Templater. Okay, that's perfect. So now all of these are in it. And one of the other reasons I really like Obsidian is because you have this graph view. So it'll show you this graph on what everything's connected to. And I can actually open up my big graph view. So this is all of the articles in my vault and all of their connections to each other. And you can turn up the forces, like the repel force, the center force. You can see that these are a bunch of notes that I took over here. These are some core world ideas that I have. And they form these kind of like interesting clusters, but that's more just like fun aesthetics. But the real thing is when it comes to the graphs, when it comes to these, one of the reasons that I really wanted to use this in my vault and in my templates is because you can tie specific objects to other Obsidian notes. So, for example, I could tie Lord Terrell. One second. And I've actually not tried to do it yet. I haven't actually had an excuse to do it yet. I don't know if this will work or if I need to do it some other way. Oh, yep, it'll work. So now you can see that Lord Tyrell is now a quick reference, and this episode 20 investigation is now linked to an article that doesn't exist, but if I click on it, suddenly it does exist. And I could take all of my separate notes about Lord Tyrell here, and then when I'm back on this graph, all I have to do, let's see. I don't know how to actually oh yeah, it has this little outro thing here. So I just have to click on this, and it opens up Lord Tyrell. So very, very cool. It also has something that I use pretty extensively called daily notes, where you have a note for every single day. And when you want to take a note, so like I'll go into like the 30th, I just have like, I didn't take any notes that day. There we go. So those were, no, that's not things that you guys are allowed to see. Nope. So I just take notes in my journal, and then at the end of the day, I'll go through and turn those notes into articles if needed, or include them in existing articles if needed. So like this reference right here, this notes to remember for trips, this is all text that used to be in this article, but now I made it into its own article because I thought it deserved it, and now I just have a back reference to it. So if I go into that article, you can see that that date, that daily note, isn't actually listed anywhere here. But if I go to backlinks, it shows me everywhere that this article was mentioned. So very cool system. Very cool graph interface. It also has a calendar interface right here, which I really like. It also has really complicated task workflow that you can program. It also has a couple of custom API programming plugins that you can use to make some really cool stuff. So this is the last thing I'll show you. Obsidian. Wait, is this right? Not plugins. No, this isn't right. Oh, personal organization. That's where it is. So these Obsidian metrics, I made these two systems with custom coding. So if I go into here, if you guys know JavaScript, you can code JavaScript to pull information about articles throughout your vault. So like this tells me if I have anything that is like basically a stub article. So like this shows me the word count in all of my articles, and it only shows me things that are under 100 characters. So I basically know like, oh, I need to like work on those more. I also have another thing for tags and tag count. So this shows you all the tags in here. I haven't really made a lot of use of that yet, but I do plan on it. But yeah, so that is Obsidian. It's very neat. Oh, spaghetto. And yeah, I can also show you, I'll do a little bit of a fun content leak. If I go to no, it should be, oh wait, it's not in 1, 2, 3 content pieces. It's in resources, abstracted maps. So this is the death house that I showed you guys in Exalidraw. And you can see you can even change the style to be much more like clinical, very, much more nice looking, honestly. And then if I go into the content piece of how to make a D&D map, I have deathhouse.excelladraw linked in here. So I'm actually able to like really easily organize all of this and organize. And there's also properties that you can introduce. I also have a projects Kanban for all of the ideas. Not going to leave that up for too long. But yeah, it's very, very dope. And that's all. Yeah, this is also, these are like what my notes look like for all of my shit. But yeah. Anyways, taking this off the screen now. But yeah. So let's
As Rakshasa bears out.
time. Hey.
Well, I said it was a tombstone. So take a quick 5-minute break. First off, before we get to that, guys, a big thank you to Negi Hama, once again, our patron saint of ridiculous gifts, who purchased these sconces to put on the walls.
Wow. They're legit.
Are those sconces awesome?
They're awesome. Amazing.
The LEDs change colors.
No.
So cool.
Reminder, every 100 subs, we're giving away a signed picture and a signed full-scale poster of Kit's art. And for the break, the 5-minute break, we're going to take real fast. We have an awesome video that was presented to us by some of the critters that I think you'll also appreciate as well. So we'll go ahead and roll that and use the potty. We'll see you guys here in a few minutes.
Cool.
All right. I saw wasting a shitload of time couldn't be us here. Lol. Oh. No. I was saying, what Bug? Oh, Bug is very upset with me. What? I know I've been streaming for too long. Yeah, I was saying that the fucking wasting a shitload of time not giving them the quest. But anyways, let's see. So now we got to go and reference the thing. Break starts here. Timestamp after the break is 1:39:55.
Welcome back. I assume we'll have a Liam here in just a moment.
He's just stealthy.
He's going tinkle.
He's stealth. He rolled a 28 and disappeared.
I was talking Liam's ear off during the break about how much I love the dynamic among the three of you.
Oh, this has been...
Oh, that's cute. All right, before we hop back into it, I'm going to go turn down the AC because I'm hot as shit. Take another quick break, pee again, get some more water, and I will be right back. And we are going to attempt to zoom through this this second half because it took us 4.5 hours for the first half, and the second half is about the same amount of time, and I do not have 4.5 hours, I'll tell you that. So we're gonna keep the playback speed up, try to zoom through it while still being sprinkle hands transformative. But it is possible, like we might get to a point. Oh, actually. Okay, I'm gonna put a poll. I'm gonna put a poll out because this is so obviously so much roleplay. I have so much to say about it, and I'm looking at it, and we have an hour and 30 minutes for the second half. If I never pause, we will get done at 11:30. Even if I only paused and talked for 30 minutes, which 30 minutes paused on an hour and a half of content does not feel good to me. That would still be midnight. I have work tomorrow. Yeah, there's a lot of RP coming. Fuck, I thought so. And I'm going to want to talk about the graph. And I'm going to want to talk about my theories. I'm going to put a quick poll just to make sure. We're going to engage with the audience. But we're going to say, is this a two-parter, i.e., do I stop now? And we're gonna put it to you guys. Start poll. Yeah. Let me know. I assume we're probably on the same page, but let's let the poll be clear about it. I'm seeing 100% yeses so far. I don't know if I can see. Oh, I can see the number of votes. Okay. And then I'm for closing it out. Yeah. While that poll runs, I'll do a really quick overview of the current graph as it stands in a little bit more detail. So we have the murders by beast in the canal. Someone saw a lichen, a wolf specifically, so not typical Rakshasa shit, right? Is supposedly the murderer, but it vanished. So they saw it do the murder, and then it disappeared. The Bastion guards thought it might be a ghost, and they are who found the murders by the beast in the canal. They're affiliated with the Raven Queen. We don't know how sus and or not sus that is. I almost hesitated even putting it on the graph, but it was called out, so maybe it's important. And then the Bastion's theory was that the murders were not committed by just one person because they were wrapped in blankets placed deliberately. The wrapping material that was actually used varied, though. So it seemed like if there is some sort of ritual around the wrapping or there's some point to it, the material doesn't seem to be significant, even though the people that were murdered were significant. No children, all well-to-do adults, including the wellest-to-do, Tyrrell. He was found separate from the others, though, in a side alley next to the Velvet Cabaret, and not near the Abundant Terrace, which is where the murders in the canal were. Also, they raided the Bastion guard. Oh, excuse me. The Bastion guards raided the Velvet Cabaret, found nothing. That's what we have so far. So, I mean, they're very clearly, like, they are setting Lord Tyrrell apart of, like, okay, all of them are well-to-do adults, but this guy's the wellest-to-doest. And he was also found separately. There appears to be significance to the bodies, so there would be significance to this Lord Tyrrell. But no real patterns beyond that, other than that they're not just being senselessly murdered and thrown in the trash. There is a point to where they were placed, and in fact, that's actually something worth pointing out. We'll move that in there and that in there, that these are actually connected, that the bodies were placed near the Abundant Terrace. They were wrapped up and placed there very deliberately. And so it would imply that Lord Tyrrell, I mean, obviously he was set apart by his wealth, but did someone maybe catch the person in the act and so they had to abandon it and not do their normal ritual? Like maybe Lord Tyrrell was supposed to be with the other bodies, but the murderer was interrupted? I don't remember if they said if Lord Tyrrell was wrapped up. I feel like they just specified that the ones near the canal were wrapped up. And I'm seeing 5 votes. No more are coming in for stopping now, so we'll make this a 2-parter officially. And that might... Ooh, man, I don't know. Yeah, because this is Wednesday. We're probably not going to be able to do the second part probably until 2 Mondays from now. We'll see. Maybe we'll be able to not do that. Maybe we'll do quarter parts. I don't know. We'll have to see. But I will keep you guys updated on that. But I'm going to end the poll. I think they didn't get a good look at the Rakshasa and assumed wolf. That's very true. That's very true, because the whole lichen bit doesn't really track unless the Rakshasa is somehow employing these things. Because the other thing about it is the Rakshasa doesn't have claws. The Rakshasa has hands, like a person. So based on the evidence that we're finding on these bodies, the Rakshasa is not doing the murders. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Rakshasa, I mean, it's a whole thing that they have, that their hands are swapped. You know, that their left hand is on their right arm and vice versa. So, the fact that they were found murdered by a beast actually implies that the murders weren't the Rakshasa. Which obviously doesn't make sense. My current theory is that Tyrrell is a fake murder. I don't think Tyrrell's a real murder. I think that the Rakshasa runs... Maybe it's just a furry convention. It could be. Well, I mean, actually, speaking to that a little bit, my theory... They've talked about this Rakshasa lust for power. It wants to dominate, to control, kind of similar to the White Dragon. And I mean, at all points in history, money has equated to at least some degree to power. So it would parse that a Rakshasa's secret identity, secret alias, might be a merchant. And they would, with this lust for power and their, fiendish magical nature and advantages, could make them a very wealthy and powerful merchant. Now, the murders are interesting because it feels almost like a red herring. Like the murders, not to say they don't feel connected, but like, why is the Rakshasa murdering these other people? Is it competition? Like, is he taking out other merchants? I don't think so. I think I'm looking at M. Manuel and Rakshasa have claw attacks. Art shows claws. Okay. Wait a minute here, because this might change some things. But Matt directly talked about their switched hands. Let me see. Rakshasa. We failed our API check. Delightful. I'll just look up rock. Rock. Oh gosh, is something being spelled wrong? How do you spell Rakshasa? Is it R-A-H-K? What? I'm gonna Google it. Oh, wait, I'll show you what I'm doing. Rakshasa. Oh. They do kinda have that. Few creatures ever see the fiend in its true form, for it can take any guise it wants. Yada, 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 yada. The true form combines the features of human and tiger with one noteworthy deformity. Its palms are where the back of its hands would be on a human. So it doesn't have human hands. Its things are just backwards. Ooh. That does throw a little bit of a wrench in my theory. But I still think the theory is solid. It's just missing that one other layer. So the Rakshasa could have been doing the murders, but I'm still tipped off by this lichen fella. Now, it could be the Rakshasa disguising itself. Very, very possible. But I don't remember, and I didn't look at too many of the mechanics. I'm going to try to keep just what I have in my head. I don't know that the Rakshasa has invisibility. I think it has shape changing, but I don't think it has invisibility. Which would imply that there's something else going on with the lichen, right? And I'm thinking, but the murders have been happening for years. They do have invisibility. Fuck. Okay, so maybe it is that. The thing about the murders happening for years is something that's really tripping me off of. Because my pet theory in my head is that Lord Tyrell is the Rakshasa. And they kind of went on that line of like, can we line up when the murders happen to when Lord Tyrell is teleportation, straight up lies? Also possible. Like, they were trying to they're trying to collate, like, when is Lord Tyrell, Tyrell, in the city versus when do the murders happen, which is exactly the line of questioning I would want them to go on, because the fact that he's so different, but he's still being considered one of the murders, but everything about his murder is different, trips off a lot of bells. It trips off a lot of faking my own death bells. Really high stealth is even possible. That is true. And so I'm thinking the Rakshasa is Lord Tyrell and he's faking his own death. But why? Right? Like, why is he faking his own death? Why is he faking his own death? And why is he killing people in the first place? Like, is he just killing people for the fucking love of the craft? I mean, it would make sense that nothing was found in the raid, especially if he's planning on faking his own death. Obviously, they would never find anything in the raid. So that's almost more support for the theory. We don't really know anything about this abundant terrace, and we don't know. I think there are two lines of questioning. There's looking more into Lord Tyrrell and seeing if there's any connection between him and the other murders. And maybe looking up if there's like a Raven Queen or religious thing about wrapping these bodies, especially when the material doesn't matter. Right? In most like death ritual cultures, the wrapping material does matter. Like, it either has to be a certain material, it has to be colored a certain way, like there's meaning to the material, but the fact that there's clearly not here could either mean that it's a red herring and the wrapping doesn't mean anything and it's literally just meant to be a clue that doesn't mean anything, and that in and of itself is the clue. Like that's like part of the con that the Rakshasa is setting up, is like, ooh, look at all this wrapping. What does it mean? And it doesn't mean fucking shit. That's super possible. The Rakshasa are tricksy. They're wily. But I think that that's kind of the two lines of questioning, is you look into what's up with these bodies, why are they wrapped like this, or you look into Lord Tyrrell. But right now, my theory is that Lord Tyrrell is the Rakshasa, faked his own death, maybe because people were too hot on his trail. I think that's super possible, is that maybe the Bastions or someone unrelated was starting to figure out what his deal was, and so he fakes his death. And I mean, I guess it's possible that he's been killing people here this whole time just to provide an alibi in case he ever did want to fake his death. But in that case, you would make it look better. Maybe he got interrupted during the act of faking it? I don't know. Those are my current theories. And I know that, and you know, this is all kayfabe. I obviously know the real answer, which is that the Rakshasa is Kima. It's Kima all the way down. This is all, I'm pretending that it's not Kima. But we all know. We can look at these graphs and numbers and figures all day long, but we know the real shit. We know what's going on. And with that, with us all knowing what's going on, that is where I'll end it. Could be serving a direct need to, like vampirism. Ooh. That is fair. Interesting. I'll have to think about it more later. Clearly, the lichen is some sort of red herring. That's why I'm curious about the bodies, is because a vampire Rakshasa. Dude, that'd be a crazy enemy, to be fair. I mean, he's done like abomination type creatures, so I wouldn't put it past Matthew. Kima as a vampire Rakshasa. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But yeah, I'm excited to delve more into it. I like, so far, I really like the mystery that he set up. I think there's a lot of interesting pieces to it. I think that the Rakshasa is a fantastic entity for a mystery like this, because it allows you to be relatively blunt with some of your clues, because they could always be red herrings. Like, when you're fighting against an intelligent enemy, you have to think a lot more during the combat, even if things seem clear and obvious. When you are doing a battle of wits in a mystery, you have to think more about every single move on the table. You have to think about what is a lie. Obviously, something on here is a red herring. Something is wrong. And the fun thing about that, both as a DM and as a player, is that oftentimes the very things that are wrong, that are red herrings, can tell us more than the actual clues, right? Like what they're trying to distract you from, what they're trying to lead you towards indicates what they're trying to lead you away from. So I think that the Rakshasa being that clever entity, being that clever enemy, gives a lot of really fun options for Matt, and it allows him to include those tricksy red herrings a lot more easily than if it was, say, another type of mystery. Like, in another type of mystery, some of the information that you're given just being straight up lies or wrong can sometimes feel a bit contrived, can feel a bit jarring. If you found out, like, oh yeah, random old lady was just lying to you. But if you introduce the mystery in the construct of this shape-shifting devil that is cunning and wants to keep its identity a secret, that puts on this veneer of everything you're told of, yeah, but maybe it's the Rakshasa lying to us. Everything that you're told has that veneer, which means that you can feel more free as a DM to introduce those red herrings and to introduce those lies, because they'll be less jarring. Over under on whether they figure the Rakshasa's identity first or the Rakshasa reveals themselves first. Ooh. Huh. I feel like this is my theory. Ooh. Huh. This is my theory. It's a little bit of a swing. I don't think it has that much to support it, but, you know, how does he do it, right? I think that the Rakshasa has a person. The Rakshasa fell in love. And I think, or it has maybe some bauble or some trinket or some treasure that it really cares about. It has something that it really, really cares about. And I think that they are going to be in a room with two people, both claiming to not be the Rakshasa. And they know that one of the two of them is the Rakshasa. Classic clone dilemma. And I think that they are going to have previously found this Rakshasa's love interest, trinket, bauble, whatever it really cares about, and they are going to threaten to destroy said loved item or thing, and the Rakshasa will reveal themselves. So I think both, Marina. I think that was a trick question. I think that they are going to narrow it down a lot, and they are going to force the Rakshasa to reveal itself. It won't just like come out and say, "What's up, fellas? I'm the Rakshasa." No, it is going to be forced into revealing itself by some sort of player action. We're gonna see. We're gonna see that, but that's my current theory, and I think that could be related to the murders of. Maybe the murders are just everyone that finds out its identity. It's possible, but it seems unlikely. I've also thought maybe the Lycan is like a thrall, like maybe the Lycan is real, but it's a servant of the Rakshasa somehow. But it could just be the Rakshasa itself. And it's just, again, it's the whole lycanthrope thing is a red herring. It's, taking on the guise of a different monster. The rapping shit is still weird. The rapping shit is so weird. And I don't know what that could be within any of my theories. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Like I said before I went off on another tangent, I'm going to leave it there. I will see you guys to talk about this at minimum 2 weeks from now. 2.5 weeks from now. No. A week and a half from now. A week and a half. 2 Mondays. At minimum. For Critical Role. Monday and Wednesday, you're going to get something. Some sort of live thing. I need to determine exactly what that will be yet, because I need to figure out what I can actually realistically do in an hour. I have a couple of ideas, but React content will be hard. But I think that is about it. Such a cliffhanger. I know. What are you gonna do? But thank you all for stopping in. Thank you all of the new folks that are here after my vacation. It is so dope to see so many of you and to see returning people like Marina. So sick. I'm so happy to have you. So glad you're here. And oh yeah. Join the Discord. Is that an actual command, or is that just you recommending a command restay? We'll be patiently waiting though. It's worth it. Oh, thank you. It isn't. Oh, I should make one. Yeah. But I'm subtly recommending a command list. Fair enough. I'll consider those. Yeah, so true. ! Discord. Join the Discord. We chat there, we talk there. It's a good time. Link is down in the description. And as I have not so subtly leaked, I am actively working on let's say more engaging things within the Discord. And I will put out a slightly additional leak. There might be private content that only the Discord folks get access to. As I have stated, that will probably start in the new year. So I guess if you don't want to join until the end of December, you're probably good. But I would come in, hang out, stick around. I'll be doing some beta testing for that before January. So if you want to be in on that, come on in. And with that, I will see you all later. Good zone. What's the opposite of good zone? Good bone. And with that, I'll leave you on that dumb shit. Goodbye.